A church is a sacred space, a house of God where the faithful find forgiveness and sanctuary.
It was beautiful. It had been voted one time as one of the 10 most beautiful churches in Davidson County.
But here, something lurks in the shadows. Something that doesn't belong.
They thought it was some sort of satanic worship.
There were no tears, no remorse.
Something evil. Firefighters race through the streets of Nashville as a Pentecostal church erupts in flames.
My knowledge of the entire incident came when I received a phone call in the early morning hours in June. And I was told that there was a fire at the church located on Woodland Street. But when I walked up to the church, there was a crowd outside, and I had no idea who they were at that time.
There was quite a few members of that congregation that was standing around on the sidewalks and in the parking lot.
By the time they got there, Church of Emmanuel was burning pretty fiercely.
It was so sad just to see this beautiful building totally just destroyed.
But strangely, the shepherd of the flock isn't there. The fire department calls the home of Reverend David Terry to tell him his church is in flames. But he's nowhere to be found.
Oh my God, I don't know where David is.
As firefighters move into the burning church, they make an alarming discovery.
What do you think?
Well, it sure looks like arson.
They clearly suspected arson because of the gas cans stacked near the front door.
Somebody has deliberately caused this fire.
But arson isn't the reason Detective Robert Moore has been called to the scene.
There's something in there you gotta see.
When I opened the two doors, there's the sanctuary, and I can see everything is charred or smoked. All the chandeliers hanging from the ceiling were charred. Everything was black, and everything was still steaming from the water that had been put in the church. So it was rather eerie.
The real surprise is waiting in the attic.
Here. There it is.
There was a pile of 2x4s on top of a green outdoor type carpet. There was something under that carpet, and it was obvious that there was a large body.
Is this what it looks like?
Well, you tell me.
It was like a murder here in the church. I'm here in the sanctuary. This, is strange.
This arson case is now a homicide investigation.
We methodically just started removing lumber, fingerprint, move, photograph, every stage, and got down to the carpet. I knew right away that something was very strange about it, because you could see where the legs, the torso of a body, and then it abruptly ended. And I knew what I was fixing to look at, just from that. The head was removed. His arm, on both arms, it was just like somebody took a knife and just took away a portion of flesh, maybe 1/4 of an inch deep and maybe 6 inches long, very neatly.
Someone has gone to great lengths to desecrate this body.
We had no head, No way of making identification.
Yet, there are a few pieces of telling evidence that survive the flames.
But he has a belt around his waist with a letter T in the buckle.
Isn't the pastor's name Terry?
Could be him.
While the police were conducting their investigation, they showed the belt buckle to the preacher's wife.
We found a body in the attic.
That's David's belt.
Medical examiner's on the way out, so.
Word spread quickly that it was the preacher who was the victim.
Well, I was devastated. I considered David my friend.
But it's not just the pastor's name that is spreading through the crowd. Congregants fear his body was used for some dark ritual.
The word went out there's been some kind of black magic devil worship going on. They were terrified. They didn't know what it was, and they thought that, this was the devil's work and their beloved pastor.
Rumors did circulate pretty widely because of the nature of a headless body coming out of the top of a church that was burned. Lots of people were making assumptions and maybe drawing conclusions.
Although the truth remains hidden in the ashes of the church, suspicions take hold.
Who will do that? Kill another innocent person, cut their head off, set the church on fire.
You mind if I ask you a few questions, ma'am? You live near here?
I do, just across.
I've talked to everybody that was outside. We had witnesses that saw a person leave the back door of the church and get on a motorcycle and drive away somewhere close to midnight.
With no idea who drove off, police look to find out more about the victim.
Welcome. Brother, welcome. Great to see you.
Reverend John David Terry has been leading this small Pentecostal congregation of 80 people for about 15 years.
Sister Teresa, wonderful to see you.
He was a really good pastor.
He was very charismatic. Everybody really liked him. He was very dutiful. He was very, very pious. He was married. He had 3 children. And he was very well respected and beloved in the congregation.
So beloved that police are baffled. The pastor seems to have no enemies.
Lord, we thank you for your blessings.
The horrific crime leaves police with 2 questions.
For the nourishment of our bodies.
Who has murdered David Terry?
And why has someone taken his head? Someone has killed Reverend David Terry and left his decapitated body inside his own church. The shocked congregation can't imagine who would kill such a holy man.
He was very, very close with his congregation, and they loved him.
So we pray in Jesus' name.
While David is a much-loved reverend,
Amen.
it wasn't his first calling. He tried many paths before he decided to serve God.
He did a few things. He did some real estate. He also was a butcher.
He was one of the few ministers we had that had a college degree.
But in the end, he decided to follow in the footsteps of his father, Reverend James Terry.
His father had originally been pastor and then become bishop. It was seen that it was kind of an easy way for him to get into life if he joined the church. There was a ready-made job for him. But he had a problem with his father because his father put him down a lot.
David worked very hard to earn his father's respect, but it's not his dad who truly guides him.
He was incredibly close to his mother. His mother was his confidant, so he really looked to his mother to give him the support and the confidence which he lacked because his father was always putting him down.
She was a very sweet lady, just a sweetheart.
But as upright as David is, he's also quietly ambitious.
He was really looking to become bishop of all the churches in Nashville. His father had been bishop, then a friend of his father's became bishop, and as he came up to 65, which was retirement age, Reverend Terry expected to take over the job.
This meant going from about $40,000 a year, what he hoped would be about 80 plus, and doubling his salary.
Abel was a very good man. His brother Cain was not so good.
Until then, David is more than content to tend to his small but devoted flock.
Praise Jesus. Hallelujah.
Among them, Teresa Matheny.
He seemed to really love and care about the people there. You know, we called each other brother and sister, you know, like Brother William, Sister Teresa. A lot of the people there felt like that. They felt like family.
But in 1983, it's David's immediate family that suffers a real loss.
David's mother ended up getting Parkinson's and died.
That had a huge impact on him. He lost his confidence. He didn't have anybody that he felt he could trust.
Despite his loss, David remains strong for his congregation. But after his death, they are lost and confused, especially his wife, Brenda.
When's the last time you saw your husband?
He picked James up from the boarding house today.
She told me that David Terry was scheduled to go fishing with James Matheny.
Wonderful to see you, sister.
James Matheny, parishioner and Teresa Matheny's husband, is a special member of David's flock. Though it took him a while to find his place.
How are you, Sister Teresa?
Always better after your sermon.
How's Brother James?
Not good.
James and Teresa have been married for 7 years. He's the love of her life.
When I first saw him, he was so cute. I fell hard. Got married, and then we had the most precious little boy.
James is a loving father and husband, but he has one critical flaw.
Jim had a problem with alcohol.
James Matheny had a lot of problems, as he was a very, very heavy drinker.
He didn't graduate high school. He could really not read that well.
James has trouble finding work and turns to the bottle to ease the pain.
It's just that people do get these issues, these problems that come up in their lives, and they either deal with them or it destroys them.
Oh, I'm sorry. I love you.
Jim, let him go. Jim, let him go. You're hurting him. Jim!
As the years pass, James is losing his battle with his demons.
You bring me back, my boy.
I realized, hey, I've got to draw the line here. He's got to realize that I do love him, but I'm not going to live like this. And I just walked out one day and left. I just said, I've had enough.
When Teresa left him because of his alcoholism, he just literally fell apart. He drank even heavier. He had a mental breakdown and ended up in hospital.
Teresa.
He was really sick.
Teresa.
He just really looked bad.
I can't get through this without your support.
I don't know how. I can't.
The pastor. Call the pastor. Ask him to pray for me.
Even as David struggles with the loss of his mother, he's always there for his flock.
Brother David? Jim needs you. Would you pray for him?
You know what, Sister Teresa? I was just sitting here now thinking about him. I will pray for him.
Thank you.
My thought was, wow, God is really going to work this out for us. You know, God has laid Jim on his heart.
Give me your hands.
You know, I said, this could really be your answer to prayers, Jim. It really could be.
The Reverend wanted, offer to sort of put him back on his feet.
David believes in the redemptive power of hard work and quickly finds some for James.
He told Jim, he said, I tell you what, I'll give you a job at the church. You can be the handyman. I got stuff that you can do. And he said, and I'll pay you $10 an hour. Jim was so excited because he was actually doing something. He was feeling good about himself. That's what I wanted to see.
But David knows that James' rehabilitation requires more than hard work. It requires faith.
He made sure to baptize him, into God.
I was like, man, this is totally awesome. We're going to pull this together. We're both going to, raise this little boy together.
He decided to turn his life around, through prayer, going to church, getting involved.
I've been thinking about this. I've been reading this here pamphlet,
Reverend David is soon more than James's spiritual guide.
He was there all the time.
He really loved David. He was talking and he said, I looked up this adult education program and I want to start going. They'll help me with my reading. Then I can get my GED. He was really making plans.
You really think I can do that?
Oh, I think the Lord will give you the strength to do anything you put your mind to.
I was thinking the same thing. Hey, you think maybe I could borrow $20 just till the end of the week? I'll pay you back.
I'm proud of you. Here you go.
As James charts a new course, the pastor also spends time with him outside of the church.
He was his best friend.
Y'all set?
Yeah, buddy. I'm ready.
James Matheny and the Reverend Terry had a planned fishing trip, just the two of them.
So I told Jim, I said, listen, if y'all are going to go fishing, just call and let me know, so don't worry.
Yet in a scant few hours, the Reverend's life will be reduced to ashes.
Well, they didn't go fishing. And I never got a call.
And the faith of an entire community is shaken.
Is somebody that cold and that cruel? It's like your world stops turning.
Reverend David Terry's decapitated body has been discovered inside a burning church. Police have a lead about a man who fled the scene on a motorcycle, but little else.
And we put out the fact that a person left that church on a motorcycle, hoping to stir up more interest and maybe gain some more knowledge.
Police also hope they'll get precious information from the victim's best friend.
Yeah, pardon me, ma'am. Detective Moore.
But there's a problem.
They went to check at the rooming house, and James Matheny was not there.
He left with David Terry, so that was yet another piece of the puzzle that we began to put together. So now, where is James Matheny?
Can you please give me a call?
James was the last person to see David alive, and he's missing. Teresa is worried that her husband may have met a similar fate as David.
Hi, would Jim be there?
I called over to the place where he'd been, where he had the room. They hadn't seen him.
When did you see him last?
I was upset because it made me worry about him.
Could the man that David sought so hard to save be in danger himself? Or worse, could James Matheny have committed these atrocities?
They found the Reverend Terry's car parked about a block and a half away from the rooming house.
There was 2 containers, empty, beer bottle, and James Matheny may have been known to take a drink.
When they find David's credit cards with James's fingerprints on them, detectives fear the worst and quickly develop a theory about what might have happened.
They believed that Jim had done it, that he had killed David, that he got drunk and killed him.
There was a robbery gone wrong, and he'd killed Terry in the church and then tried to escape.
They told me that they had put an APB out on Jim. I was like, there is no way that Jim killed David. He loved him too much.
Detective Moore also remains unconvinced. In fact, he's about to turn this investigation on its head, and it all starts with the headless body.
Something was very strange about it. Here's a man, a large man, who has on white jockey shorts, but he has a black belt around his waist with a letter T in the buckle. And why would they take the filleted meat off his arms?
Moore suspects that this is much more complicated than a robbery gone wrong.
Through the medical examiner, you can get concrete evidence about the wounds, and part of his procedure is to x-ray. He's looking for possibly a bullet inside the body, something that we haven't observed. So the x-ray immediately brought the fact out that there was a medical problem in his chest area.
Let me just take a look at his file again.
The x-rays show evidence of obstructive pulmonary disease. Only David Terry has no such medical history.
I don't know who this is, but one thing I can tell you, it is not David Terry.
If it's not David, Detective Moore has a hunch who it might be.
Can you please pull the records for James Matheny?
James Matheny had been treated for certain chest diseases, and they were able to identify it positively to the x-rays.
We've had a break in the
Within
case.
24 hours, the story makes a violent 180. James, the alleged killer, is now the dead man.
It flip-flopped around. It was kind of crazy. You know, it's like, how does this happen? And why did it happen? I mean, there was just so many questions running through my mind.
But I just saw him last.
I thought, how am I going to explain this to a 3-year-old?
And if the preacher's not dead, where is he?
We've got a missing preacher.
And as word spreads, so does fear.
If it's not his body, then where is my husband?
Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you. We're going to do everything we can.
At that point, everybody, you know, they just figured, well, they killed Jim, made it look like David, and took David off somewhere.
Police take a closer look at David in their search for clues and motive.
David had testified as a character witness in a murder case here in Nashville that pertained to a captain of the fire department that had murdered his wife. And the wife of this fireman, her family had some powerful influences.
Could this be payback for that testimony? The only serious lead police have seems to be the mysterious man on the motorcycle. As the rumors continue to spread, a tip to the police gives them what they really need: evidence.
I received a phone call that I could find a motorcycle at a storage warehouse.
The motorcycle matches the description of the one seen fleeing the church.
I opened the compartments, and inside that, there was a driver's license that belonged to James Milam.
More surprisingly, Milam's photograph on his driver's license looks strangely similar to David Terry.
We researched to find out who is James Milam. Found out he was deceased.
He died in 1st or 2nd grade in a boating accident. And the grave marker has a sad little drawing of a boy in a boat with a fishing pole.
Police wonder how a dead child is connected to the murder of James Matheny and the disappearance of David Terry. The answers soon come from an unlikely source, David Terry's lawyer.
When they first put the story out, I recognized the name as having been an old client of mine. I just said, well, you know, it's a tragic situation. And that remained so until we got a phone call. And it was David Terry.
I need to talk to the police. You make it happen.
He did not tell me his exact location, but from what I gathered, he was somewhere in North Mississippi.
The beloved pastor is alive, but is he still in danger?
He thought that was amazing. He thought it was actually a sign from God. He felt it was a first resurrection.
After his close friend James Matheny is brutally murdered, Reverend David vanishes, only to resurface a few days later with a lawyer at his side.
That was the first time I laid eyes on David Terry.
This man is a far cry from the beloved pastor described by his congregation.
We've been looking for you.
I was stunned when I saw him, and his head was shaved, no glasses.
Given that he was with James the day of the murder and vanished soon after,
We'd like to know
the police have many questions for the Reverend.
what happened that day at the church.
But they don't get the answers they're looking for.
Plead the fifth.
Pleading the fifth means that David won't answer for fear of incriminating himself. David's silence shocks the police and raises Detective Moore's suspicions.
And I asked him some pointed questions.
Did you burn down that church?
Did you kill James Matheny?
And I asked question after question, pointed questions, direct, and I wanted to see straight into his eyes.
I plead the fifth.
It was obvious to me that those questions shook him, but he still referred to the his Fifth Amendment right to not to incriminate himself. So I said, well, do you intend to invoke the Fifth on everything that I ask you? He said, I do. I said, there's no point. This interview's over. And your attorney, I'm sure, has advised you that it should be over. Is that right? And he agreed. So mutually, I got up and said, this is over for me. And I walked away.
You gonna plead the fifth to all my questions?
I am.
Then this interview's over. There's no point. This interview's over.
While his silence is suspicious, it's far from hard evidence.
At that point, there was no arrest warrant for him.
The community rejoices that David has been found alive, and none of the faithful believe that David is really to blame for James's death.
There were a lot of rumors going around, as speculation as to where David was and what was going on. One of those was that David had been set up by the mafia.
And some insist that if David killed James, there must have been extenuating circumstances.
The undercurrent feeling is that it was really James Matheny's fault.
They were saying that Jim had been drinking.
Damn it!
James, no. Please don't swear in the house of God.
No,
They thought he and the victim got in an argument.
I need to borrow another 20 bucks.
To spend it on alcohol?
Yeah, alcohol. Tired of you always trying to act like you're better than me.
Oh, better than you, I'm trying to help you.
Don't touch me. Hey, don't.
No, James.
I want that money.
And he must have provoked Pastor Terry into this horrible action.
Maybe there had been not a fight, but maybe shoving back and forth or something.
Give me that money.
James, no.
Where's it going?
James,
give me that.
This put David probably in a panic mode.
Only one person knows what really happened, and he's not talking. But the forensic evidence speaks volumes.
The medical examiner explained to me and showed me how clean cut all the tissue was.
Look, you see these cuts on the arm? Very, very precise. Like it was a fillet.
I found out that he did actually cut meat at one time for a living. Of course, that made perfect sense.
Yes.
When they track down the previous owner of the motorcycle, police find another piece of the puzzle.
You're absolutely positive. The gentleman in the photograph that I faxed to you is the gentleman that purchased your motorcycle.
The man identifies David Terry.
Thank you, ma'am.
But he's using the name James Millam.
But I think, you know, how easy it would be for someone to come up with false ID and change their name.
As police consider why David may have created an alias, investigators find new clues in the church's financial statements.
There may have been some shenanigans going on with the funds that the church had been collecting.
It seems that faith isn't the only thing that motivates the Reverend.
Well, he felt there was a certain entitlement. You know, his father being bishop.
He had been in the church a long time and felt like it was his time to succeed.
David was expecting to become the next general overseer.
But the current bishop decides to stay on, and the promotion never comes.
To the dismay of John David Terry, this meant going from about $40,000 a year, what he hoped would be about 80 plus, doubling his salary, and it wasn't going to happen.
He thought he'd done everything right for 15 years. You know, he kept the church, he played his part, and he really felt kind of a betrayal that he wasn't getting the bishop post.
Outside, he's still the picture of a loving shepherd, but inside,
he was a man trapped in a body, living a life that he was really tired of living.
He didn't have his mother building up his character as she'd done all his life, so he fell into a deep depression, really, and this is when things started going wrong.
Since the church won't give David his due, he looks for other ways.
He sold the church parsonage. He got like $50,000 for it. And he started kind of embezzling, and that's when he decided, you know, well, if they weren't going to give it to him, he was going to take it.
But now something else mixes with his bitterness, the fear of getting caught.
He lived in a world that he resented and just had had enough, wanted to get away.
One day, you know, he just happened to be in a bookstore and picked up a magazine. He was thumbing through it, and he found some adverts for a book that told you how to change your identity, how to kind of become another person. And a light bulb went off in his head. Terry decided he wanted to have a clean slate, to start a new life and be completely somebody different.
And that's where he learned to go find a dead person. And the only dead person he knew or remembered was James Milam, which would have been his age, which he was in school together with him. He researches and discovers the grave site. He does that because he has to have the date of birth, exact date of birth, to get a birth certificate.
He'd been born 3 days before Terry, and he felt it was the finger of God that's pointing to him. It was a first resurrection.
And so, the transformation begins.
He gets the birth certificate, and with the birth certificate, he applies for a Social Security card in the name of the deceased. So once he gets that, now he can go get a driver's license.
Reverend Terry might not ride a motorbike, but James Milam does.
Reverend Terry's got a pocket full of cash now, so he buys the motorcycle.
I guess he had a glamorous view of him, his new life, where he'd be riding a motorcycle and tearing around.
David is ready to start that new life, but the old one remains a problem.
He wanted to make sure his wife and his kids were well taken care of, and he didn't want to leave any open ends where they might come looking for him.
But then a desperate phone call delivers a perfect solution.
Hello?
Brother David? Jim needs you.
Teresa doesn't know it yet, but they have just sealed James's fate.
You know what, Sister Teresa? I was just sitting here now thinking about him.
They both decided it was a sign of God, but for very different reasons.
We think we know people, but we really don't.
And David is now ready to do anything to escape his old life.
It was like leading a lamb to the slaughter.
Nashville police believe Reverend David Terry killed James Matheny and set his church on fire to cover it up. They still don't know why he mutilated James's body, but they have enough to arrest him.
You have the right to an attorney. If you can't afford one will be appointed to you. Do you understand your rights as I've read them to you?
Miss Terry looked as stunned if I had smacked her. You're in a home where there's 2 children, a wife, that are not aware of what this man in their life that they've known all these years is now suspected of committing such a heinous murder. I just felt like give Miss Terry a hug and say, I'm sorry. Of course, I didn't and I couldn't. And I thought about her many times after this whole process completed. I asked people, where is she? How is she doing? It was like there were more than one victim in this case. This family was destroyed.
Yet somehow, the community still stands, by their reverend.
They still didn't believe it.
David Terry was the most loved individual probably in the history of this organization.
They would say things like, if Jim hadn't have been there, this would have never happened.
They had cast blame or ostracized James Matheny's wife.
After that, for a while, I had a real guilt. Well, if I had never married Jim, if I'd just left him alone, he'd still be alive. You know, David might have not done what he did. Finally, I just said, you know, I'm going to have to go and face him. And I did, and I went to the jail.
I've known you for so long, David. I need an answer. We all do.
Find out in court, like everyone else.
David is true to his word. Once in court, he pleads guilty.
That's all I ever wanted to hear out of his own mouth, that he was guilty.
And the truth about the crime comes out.
He wanted everybody to just think that he died, you know, in a terrible, tragic way and not come looking for him.
And for that, he needs a body.
He would do a switcheroo and use James Matheny as the scapegoat. It was clear he had selected him to be the one to be the victim. They were about the same size. He also trusted him absolutely.
He chose him because Jim did have those issues. I think he felt like he was superior to him.
David sets out to earn James's trust.
He baptizes James Matheny and pays so much attention to him that James Matheny literally worships him like the big brother that he never had. Somebody important is taking it, giving him attention, making him feel special. And so on this day, he's set in motion money for his family. He's divested himself of church historical tapes. The last thing he does is plan the finance for his escape.
On a hot, humid morning in June, Reverend David Terry gets up before dawn and makes his final preparations.
He had an envelope with $10,000 which he left for his wife to find, and he also left a $100 bill for each of his sons.
At 8:30 a.m., David drives away from his home.
He'd set up the plan inviting James Matheny on a 2-day fishing trip.
Y'all set?
Yeah, buddy, I'm ready.
And Matheny was really, really excited about this.
Hey, stop by the church first. I need your help with something.
Yeah, sure, no problem. The fish are still sleeping anyway.
Like leading a lamb to the slaughter. Reverend Terry asked him to help him get a few things down from the attic of the belfry, and of course he willingly obliges. I can just imagine him skipping up those stairs to go up there, and Terry coming behind him.
They were friends. I think he would have done anything that the Reverend Terry told him to do.
It's those boxes. They're heavy.
All right, I can get that.
He actually left the .38 revolver in that room a few weeks earlier in preparation.
Yeah, they really are heavy.
That's when John David Terry shoots James Matheny in the back of the head.
He said later when he was testifying that he saw his face in Matheny's face when he killed him.
But David's day of work is only beginning.
Well, first of all, he sort of undressed Matheny's body. He bought a belt that his wife had given him for Father's Day the previous year with a big T on, so he could set up the identity.
A belt buckle won't be enough to sell this story. he has to take a grisly step.
He then got some butcher's knives, which he'd brought along, out of a canvas bag, and he started cutting the head off.
Without the head, there are no dental records and seemingly no way to ID the body.
Because he was a butcher, he knew exactly how to do it. It was a very, very clean cut. He picked it up by the hair, he put it in a sack.
Rented a boat, went out in the lake, and dropped James Matheny's head into the lake. That evening is when he returns to the church building.
For David's plan to work, not only does he need a body, he needs a killer. And James can play both roles.
James Matheny was the perfect patsy for his plot. He knew Jim had a criminal record, was an alcoholic. He was trying to set up Matheny to show that there was a robbery gone wrong and he'd killed Terry in the church and then tried to escape.
To reinforce the robbery scenario, the pastor makes sure that James's fingerprints also end up on his credit cards.
He dropped those in the car so it would be found near the halfway house Matheny was staying.
But before that, David realizes there's a little more work to be done.
He noticed there was a tattoo on Matheny's arm. So he got out the knife and he actually sort of stripped them off very cleanly, picked them up, put them in some paper, then went down to the toilet and flushed them down the toilet.
With the body dealt with and the evidence planted, it's time to go out in a blaze of glory.
He was trying to create a heroic death, you know, for his congregation and his wife. You know, here was the Reverend Terry that had perished in these terrible circumstances, and it would really be sort of legend that would live on.
In his frenzy, David douses the church with gasoline and kerosene.
The accelerant that burns the fastest is the gasoline, of course, and that's what he should have splashed around the body and throughout the church. And the fuse that you would dribble out to where you're going to light it, so you're outside the church building, would have been kerosene. It's a slow-burning substance. So it would slowly burn like a fuse until it got to the gasoline, which would go off like a bomb. He reversed the two.
Maybe he thought the fire would be hot enough that it would destroy all evidence of a body up there, except maybe the belt buckle.
At around midnight on June 15th, David turns his back on Reverend Terry.
He leaves Nashville with the church burning in his rearview mirror.
But David's misuse of the accelerants leaves the firefighters enough time to preserve part of the building.
It took so long for the fire to get going.
And more importantly, James Matheny's body.
The first water that went in the church actually fell on the body. To the right was burnt, to the left was burnt, but the body was not. And that's almost like, gee, somebody was speaking here that you don't commit a murder in this church and you don't have this type of crime to happen in a church.
There was yet still a miracle in it because the body was not burned. The body would have been burned. There would have been no way to tell who it was. My son would have grown up thinking his dad was a murderer.
On August 6th, 1997, David Terry is convicted of murder and sentenced to death.
We were in the courtroom and he had turned around and looked at me and apologized for what, he had done. And I looked at him, I said, well, I'll forgive you, but you still got to pay the price for what you've done.
In 2003, after many appeals, David looks for another kind of resolution. He takes his own life. For James's family, there's no satisfaction in his death, but there is some sense of relief.
It was closure, but not the closure that everybody wanted.
Basically, it was the end for me. I felt relieved.
For a young couple, a move to a new apartment holds the promise of a bright future.
They were just happy.
What do you want me to do?
But in a matter of months, hope will give way to despair.
She trusted a lot of people, and that was a lot of the reasons that she was taken advantage of.
And a desperate search will lead to unspeakable horror.
We called all the hospitals. We called all the homeless shelters, halfway houses.
There's a shocking and brutal price to be paid when strangers come calling.
The deceased may have known their attacker.
January 2009. It's a new year in Worcester, Massachusetts, just 45 miles outside of Boston.
It is the second biggest city in New England, and it's vibrant. It's a hustle bustle kind of city. There's a lot of blue collar people here, and a lot of people from different races and creeds.
The new year ushers in a new chapter for 23-year-old Darlene Haynes. She's moving into a second-floor apartment on Southgate Street.
It's in the poorer section of town. It's called Main South, and the income isn't high. They're just hardworking people trying to get by.
It's a little rougher than what you see in some of the other neighborhoods in Worcester.
What do you think?
It's nice.
Yeah?
Darlene, her boyfriend Roberto Rodriguez, and their 18-month-old daughter Christine are excited to be in a new home.
Mm-hmm.
The couple is especially looking forward to their latest addition. Darlene's pregnant, due mid-August.
Darlene and I were dating for about 4 to 5 years. The first second I laid eyes on her, it was beautiful.
Come on, baby. Take a bite from mommy, okay?
Darlene stays at home with Christine, while Roberto is a personal care worker.
You like it?
Money's tight, but they're hopeful for the future. Darlene already has 2 children from previous relationships, 5-year-old Jasmine and 3-year-old Lillian. She's the first to admit she started too young.
Jasmine and Lily have been in the care of her grandmother for probably the better part of their lives. Darlene worked very hard at trying to be a mother for her children.
You're so good, sweetie.
Hey, let me do that.
Okay.
Give me a break.
Okay, I'll unpack some boxes.
Nothing has ever been easy for Darlene.
Darlene was usually bullied throughout her childhood. So when she met somebody, she would absolutely just about do anything to gain that person's trust and respect.
I love you, baby. I really do.
I love you too. Things are gonna work out this time.
Darlene had a trusting nature in life. She trusted a lot of people, and unfortunately, that was a lot of the reasons that she was taken advantage of.
Move back! What were you looking for?
I just wanted to get the photo in your wallet.
Don't lie to me! What were you looking for in my wallet?
Life with Roberto hasn't always been smooth sailing either.
I'm sorry.
I don't care if you're sorry. Doesn't matter. Just don't do it.
I'm sorry, baby. It won't happen again.
It was a difficult relationship.
She was always trying to get her bootstraps up. She was the type of gal that was always struggling in life, but always trying to forge forward.
But now on Southgate Street, things are looking up.
Darlene was working towards a better future, and at this point, she was doing an excellent job with her daughter, Christine.
Oh, hey. You're Julie and Alex.
She was a very caring, devoted mother.
I'm Darlene, and this is Roberto.
Hey, how you doing?
Shortly after moving in, the couple bumps into Alex Dion and his 34-year-old girlfriend, Julie Corey.
My daughter, Christine. Hi. Hey there.
Roberto and Darlene have met them before through a client of Roberto's and a regular poker game in the building.
My client would go upstairs frequently to play poker. Julie and Alex were living in an apartment as well at the time, so I would go upstairs with my client, and that's how I met Julie and Alex.
The poker games were definitely a kind of meeting place for everyone who lived in that apartment.
I would speak to Alex sometimes upstairs and sometimes in the streets.
Even though Julie and Alex no longer live in the apartment, the poker game continues. Alex still comes by to play. Julie tags along to be with him and visit friends in the building.
Hey, there's a poker game next week.
Yeah, I'll tell my client.
All right.
There was definitely a lot of, mixing and mingling.
Good. Yeah, where's your daughter? Oh, she's with Roberto's mom. Oh, okay. All right, well, have a good day. Have a good day.
If they saw him on the street, they were friendly and they'd talk for a minute like most people do, and then that was it.
While they might not have been best friends, they definitely, would have seen each other and talked a bunch of times.
Hey, little chickling, how's it going?
6 weeks after their move, Darlene and Roberto again encounter Julie. Only this time, something's different.
End of June.
For Darlene, Julie's pregnancy makes her a kindred spirit.
Darlene, she was very excited. She was really looking forward to being a mom again, and that's something that she wanted to talk a lot about. And Julie being pregnant at the time, she would have been very psyched.
So, your second child, huh?
I actually have 2 more.
No kidding.
They live with my grandmother. I've had some issues.
That's nothing. You want to talk about issues?
Julie had 5 children. I don't believe any were actually in her custody. They were all kind of scattered about throughout the country, either with their fathers or with other relatives. Alex and Julie had a troubled relationship.
You need to do something about these bills.
They fought almost constantly.
What about you? You're just lying there. You gotta do something.
I'm pregnant.
Okay.
Julie was getting benefits that the state gives to pregnant women and to the mothers of newborns.
You're eating this crap, you're watching this garbage. I mean, come on, like.
Julie didn't have a job, she didn't work.
Well, I don't feel well.
As long as she was pregnant, the public assistance was coming in at $423 a month.
Alex and Julie's relationship was kind of on the outs. There was a lot of discussion of whether or not this baby was the linchpin holding their relationship together.
Just kill me.
Where were you?
What?
What's her name?
Oh, no, not again.
I know you're cheating on me.
I'm sorry, Julie, but I really don't need this tonight.
Alex, don't walk away from me. I know you're lying.
Shut up!
She was always accusing him of sleeping with other people, saying that he was cheating on her. And it just seemed to get worse and worse. Julie was getting more and more jealous, and her accusations were more and more kind of outlandish.
So cool.
Both women are struggling, but they share the same goal, to get things right this time.
Julie and Darlene would have had a lot to say to each other about their circumstances. They definitely were in similar situations, for sure.
I actually have 2 more.
It seems they're destined to be friends.
Darlene wanted to be happy. She wanted to be accepted.
Darlene Haynes, to me, appeared to be someone who wouldn't say no to having a friend. She did have a tough go of things, and I think she liked to be needed and to be wanted, and just to have a good friend that might take care of her. Unfortunately, I think that made her a little bit gullible as well.
Oh, okay. Bye, guys.
Serendipity has brought these 2 women together, but a darker force will soon tear them apart.
I can still remember the utter shock on the police officer's face.
Your soul is forever shaken a little bit from covering something like this.
Expectant mother Darlene Haynes has made a new friend, another pregnant woman, Julie Corey. With Darlene in her 20th week of pregnancy and Julie around her 28th, they bond over shared hopes and struggles.
Thanks, look at you.
Yeah, coming along.
Darlene really, at that time, really just wanted to be able to talk with somebody, be friends with somebody, just have somebody around.
Have a good day. Thanks. Good to see you.
The mother-to-be could use some support right now. Her relationship with Roberto is faltering. Their fresh start is falling apart before her eyes.
Oh, this is absolutely ridiculous. Why don't you go?
We started having problems.
I'm just saying that you are the one that wouldn't go.
So now it's my fault.
That was the beginning of the end for her and Roberto.
Darlene begins to fear for the safety of her toddler Christine and her unborn child.
There's a lot of fear, confusion. There was a lot of apprehensions, concerns.
I'm so excited.
At least Darlene's pregnancy is moving along nicely. She makes going in for checkups a priority.
She was a very concerned and very caring individual in regards to the baby she was carrying. She made it to all the appointments. One day, Darlene, because she had to walk, didn't have transportation, she strapped a car seat to a skateboard, and she pulled the skateboard all the way to the clinic with her daughter Christine in the car seat so that she could make her appointment, and that kind of really summed up who Darlene was.
Nearby, at the University of Massachusetts Memorial Medical Center, Julie also gets good news.
Is that the heartbeat? Oh my God.
She went in and she saw the doctor, and the doctor heard the baby's heartbeat.
Julie Corey's due date was in approximately mid-June, so she was, by doing the math, about 32 weeks pregnant in early April.
Darlene?
Roberto, go away!
Darlene!
You alone, Roberto!
Open the door!
Despite her efforts to stay happy and healthy, Roberto's outbursts make Darlene's days extremely difficult.
I heard things about Roberto that weren't, at all flattering.
You know, I'm mostly alone with Christine all day, and I'm really lonely.
Money is tight, and because of her past reliance on welfare, Darlene has been assigned a social worker.
Darlene, did have a difficult life, so unfortunately, the state had to step in from time to time and keep an eye on her.
And then when Roberto comes home, he's always on me about something or other. I love him. I want this to work. He's a good man on the inside.
Then, as May brings Darlene's pregnancy into its 6th month, a potential solution to the tension arrives in the form of a new roommate,
Hey.
William Davio.
Davio seemed to be Roberto's acquaintance. He was kind of subletting the apartment.
Hi, I was making some lemonade. Do you want some?
In truth, Roberto barely knows Davio, and he isn't exactly an upstanding citizen. Not by a long shot.
He was a heroin user, he was an addict, he was in and out of programs.
Darlene isn't thrilled to have such a troubled man in their home, but they need his contribution to the rent.
Why are you being so mean to me? Why are you talking to me like this?
For Davio, Roberto and Darlene's fights are his cue to head out for the night. He doesn't want any part of their problems. But this deeply troubled man has the potential to cause problems of his own.
Julie! Oh, hey.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh, I was just visiting a friend. Oh, how's the baby? Well, knock on wood, it's doing good. And you?
Oh, I'm telling you, nothing's gonna stop this baby from being healthy and happy.
Meanwhile, Darlene and Julie find continued joy in discussing the progress of their pregnancies.
A beautiful, healthy baby.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I gotta go.
Okay.
But yeah.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Have a good day.
You too.
But when Darlene sees Julie again in late May,
Julie!
her 8-month pregnant friend is not her usual cheerful self.
What's wrong?
Alex is a jerk.
What happened?
He bought a heart monitor, but he couldn't hear the baby. So I told him the monitor must be broken. So what? Something's wrong with me? Something's wrong with the baby?
Well, at least he isn't violent with you.
What are you saying? Is Roberto?
Yeah. We've been fighting a lot lately, and
When Julie talked to Darlene on that afternoon, she had a lot of pressure at that point in time.
It's terrible. You're pregnant.
I know. I don't know what to do.
Well, girl, I think you need to make some tough decisions. Like, right now.
The minute Julie showed Darlene that she was coming around and accepting her, Darlene would have said, okay, you now have my full attention, you know, like I will do anything for you.
He's a bad match for you. And he's a threat to your baby. You need to get him out of your life before it gets worse, and believe me, they will get worse.
Julie got to her head. Julie has something to do with this.
Okay.
With Julie's encouragement, Darlene is ready to make some changes. But she can't imagine just how much things will change for the worse.
He had a history of violence.
This case was amongst the most gruesome cases I've ever seen.
Look at me.
Mother-to-be Darlene Haynes' relationship is deteriorating. She is constantly fighting with her boyfriend, Roberto.
Look at me. Look me in the eyes.
She shared her troubles with pregnant friend Julie Corey, who's advised her to end the relationship.
And you take my kid away from me?
Darlene just, I think in her own way, just open to everything that Julie was offering at that point in time.
Why are you talking to me like this?
As Darlene enters her 7th month, things get worse, and Julie's advice looks better all the time. The constant fighting proves too much for William Davio. At least that's what he tells Roberto and Darlene when he moves out. Now no one's left to bear witness to where Roberto's fury may lead.
Are you not a sucker?
And no one is around to stop it. Things between Darlene and Roberto finally reach a breaking point.
In June of 2009, there was an incident with Roberto Rodriguez and Darlene Haynes.
Come in. Thank God you're here. I don't know what to do. Look, he hurt me. He cut me.
Are you hurt anywhere else?
No.
How did this happen?
After she confides in her social worker, Roberto is hauled in for questioning.
She's making this up. I didn't do anything.
Darlene has said that I had threw her or pushed her through a glass table and ripped a phone off the jack.
Roberto Rodriguez claimed that there was no domestic violence that took place, that in fact Darlene Haynes had fallen on the table herself, and as a result of that, had fabricated the complaint against him.
Roberto was served with a restraining order.
Roberto said that there was this social worker from the Department of Children and Families who had sort of forced her into it, who had threatened to take her kid away if she hadn't put the restraining order on Roberto.
Darlene said that the social worker wanted me out of the house, and if I didn't leave, then they were gonna take Christine away.
With a previous assault charge on his record, Roberto's side of the story falls on deaf ears. The restraining order sticks.
Roberto left the apartment as soon as the restraining order was in place, and he never came back.
Now Darlene is truly on her own. July comes, bringing with it the 8th month of her pregnancy, and no end to her loneliness.
At that point in time, she had Christine by herself. She was being evicted out of the apartment. She had to be out at the end of July, beginning of August, for non-paying of rent, because without Roberto there, she didn't have means to pay the rent.
It's been almost 2 months since Darlene has had any contact with Julie Corey. Suddenly, out of nowhere on July 23rd, Julie shows up at her door.
Julie! Hi, what are you doing here?
Yeah, well, I was just in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd stop by. Can I come in?
Darlene was probably excited that Julie was taking an interest in her.
Would you like some coffee?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Hold on a second. Weren't you due last month?
Oh, God. Well, you wouldn't believe it. First, the doctors told me that my due date was June 23rd, but they got it wrong by a month. I mean, can you believe it?
That's crazy.
I know.
When her initial due date came on, she told everybody that it was going to be pushed ahead.
I got an idea. Why don't we hang out tonight? Just you and me.
Really? You and me?
Yeah. I mean, we could take Christine, drop her off somewhere, and, you know, have a girls' night. Come on, hey, I have Alex's car.
Yeah, that would be nice.
It would be nice? Come on, I need something more than that. Fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Julie drove Darlene and her child to Roberto's house around 4 o'clock or so.
But Julie still has some things to do before their night can get underway.
Hey, you know what? I just remembered I have some errands to run, so I'll be back in like 2 hours. Okay, that's cool. I'll wait. Okay. I'll see you soon. Yeah.
While waiting for Julie, Darlene texts an old friend.
She said she was real excited that she had a friend coming over. There was question as to who that friend might be, but it was clear that she was very excited to have a friend.
Thanks for the keys of your car. See you tomorrow, babe.
Julie returns to Darlene's around 8 p.m. Now with the evening all to themselves, it's time to stock up on junk food and treats.
They never really struck up a tight friendship, and then all of a sudden, Julie's offering to drive Darlene to the store, to hang out with her, come over that night.
They had gone to a local store in the vehicle. Video from the store shows Julie Corey driving the vehicle, and Darlene Haynes was the passenger.
That's ridiculous. How can he still be alive? He just fell off a building, and now he's running. Are you getting tired?
Yeah.
All right, well.
I think we need our rest. Goodness knows when it's gonna be coming.
Okay.
Okay. I can do this.
Yeah, you can get up. Are you good?
Yeah, I think I'm good.
How about I come help you?
Okay. Thanks for the nice evening. Fun. Oh, fun. Fun, I mean fun evening. I'm really glad we got to connect for real.
Yeah, me too. I really like you, you know?
But there won't be sleep for anyone this evening.
Yeah. Julie? What?
At 2 a.m. on July 24th, Alex Dion gets a life-changing call.
Hello?
Julie told Alex, look, I've had the child.
Alex is thrilled, but a second call from her confuses him.
And then the phone calls turn into, well, I don't like the way that the nurses are treating me. I don't like the way the nurses are treating the baby. I'm getting out of here. I'm not staying at this hospital. Don't bother coming. I'm coming home.
As the sun's coming up, Julie introduces Alex to their brand new daughter.
Little baby Alita.
For Julie and Alex, it's a joyous day.
She's beautiful, isn't she?
But soon, a horrific discovery will forever tarnish the blessed event.
The odor in the air was very apparent.
The police indicated at the scene that it had been a very violent crime.
After a girls' night in with Darlene Haynes, Julie Corey goes into labor and gives birth to her baby Alita. Now it's time to celebrate.
Everybody come and meet our precious little baby Alita.
Calls go out to family and friends, and by the afternoon, a crowd has arrived to greet their bundle of joy.
Julie didn't waste any time showing off the baby. She showed it around to all of Alex's family and friends at a cookout. I think that family members were surprised she was out of the hospital so quickly. It was unusual, for sure.
It's a joyous occasion, but conspicuous by her absence is Darlene. Not that anyone here has ever met her. Still, Julie had gone into labor at her place. And some at the party find the baby's appearance a little unsettling.
The baby had an umbilical cord was still attached, and there was a ribbon tied around the end. Other people talked about seeing dried blood, still in the baby's ear or still in, other parts of the baby.
Other things seem off. Alex's brother notices the baby is wheezing, and to him, she's light as paper.
Julie told me that it's normal, I was worried too. I was freaking out a little bit.
There were some unusual things about it.
Alita's birth isn't the only news the new parents share with the gathered crowd. The couple announce that they're ready to restart their life somewhere else.
She said to Alex, let's go to New Hampshire. My father lives up there. He works for the state. He can get you a job. Julie definitely sold Alex on going to New Hampshire as, this was how we were going to turn our lives around. You'll get a new job. We'll live with my parents. Everything will be great.
Less than 48 hours after welcoming Alita into the world, the couple is on their way. The future may look bright in New Hampshire, but back in Worcester, the present takes an ugly turn.
There was a strong odor coming from Darlene Haynes' apartment. People noticed that odor, but Darlene Haynes had a number of animals, and the thought was that she hadn't taken her trash out or that she had allowed the feces from the animals to be inside.
So the landlord went in to investigate and just found an overwhelming smell. And initially he thought it was the trash, but he soon realized that the trash wasn't the problem.
The landlord enters the bedroom and discovers Darlene's bloody corpse.
Darlene had been dead already for a couple of days. She was wrapped in a comforter, which was soaked in blood.
We responded to the scene on the afternoon of July 27, 2009.
It's a down there.
As far as most murder scenes go, it was relatively clean. There was an enormous loss of blood, which was evident.
She had been strangled. She had been beaten about the head. blood on the mattress. And in fact, the mattress had been flipped over. It did not appear that there had been a struggle or anything like that.
What it told us was that the deceased may have known their attacker.
I just had a very hard time wrapping my head around how that could have happened.
Darlene's body is sent to the morgue as police process the crime scene, talk to witnesses, and start the hunt for suspects. They know exactly where to turn.
We wanted to speak with Roberto because he is the ex-boyfriend with a volatile past. He's the first one you're going to look at.
Let's try this again. You realize how serious this is, right? Given your past history, you know we're looking at you.
I didn't do anything.
I didn't know what to believe. I didn't know what to think.
The interview with Roberto revealed that he had not been around Southgate Street in a while. He was living with his mother. He also allowed us to interview him several times and offered up his DNA, his saliva, his buccal swabs, fingernails, his sneakers, and the jeans he was wearing.
Can you tell me about William?
What about him?
As police grill Roberto, another suspect surfaces, former tenant and drug addict William Davio.
The police were interested in speaking with William Davio because he lived at that location. So it only made sense. We needed to find him and speak with him, which we did.
One of the neighbors said they saw him with Julie and with Darlene on the porch outside Darlene's apartment the day of the murder.
He had been seen around that night. Some people reported they'd seen him lurking around a window.
We have someone that says they saw someone that looks like you the night of the murder.
I never went back to the apartment.
Davio had an alibi. I don't think police really thought it was really solid.
Authorities are confident one of these two men is their killer. The question is, which one?
What they did was they went out and tried to interview everybody who had any connection whatsoever with Darlene Haynes.
As alibis are evaluated, Darlene's body is examined.
I became involved in the investigation of Darlene Haynes on July 28, 2009. The body was in a state of rather advanced decomposition. The injuries that I see on Darlene's body at autopsy are blunt force injuries of the head, the sorts of marks that the end of a claw hammer would make, evidence of ligature strangulation around the neck, as well as an incision of the abdomen.
Just 20 hours into the investigation, the case takes a shocking turn.
I learned that Darlene was pregnant prior to starting the autopsy. With this in mind, we had taken x-rays of the body, and upon looking at the x-rays of the body, I could not identify any fetus. And it was at this point where I suspected that there was a baby possibly alive outside of the body. I can still remember the utter shock on the police officer's face.
My reaction was disbelief.
He's missing.
We couldn't believe that that was the case.
Could someone really have murdered Darlene Haynes and cut her baby from her womb? And if so, where is the baby?
This was amongst the most gruesome cases I've ever seen.
You're looking at someone who was murdered possibly by a friend, boyfriend, husband, and now you have two scenarios. One, they took the child and the child was still alive, or they murdered Darlene Haynes and murdered their child, but also took it with them.
Now police not only have to catch a killer, they may have to save a baby, and the clock is ticking. Mother-to-be Darlene Haynes has been found brutally murdered and her baby stolen from her womb. Police don't know if the child is dead or alive. As word of the crime spreads, Worcester is horrified. Roberta Rodriguez has not been cleared as a suspect. Neither has William Davio, but both are genuinely shocked to learn that Darlene's baby is missing.
They ripped the baby out of the stomach. Yeah, it's messed up, man. Yeah, it's very messed up.
We started the canvases, speaking to neighbors, friends, family, acquaintances. What was developing was the fact that Julie and Alex were the only ones we couldn't contact. I kept sending detectives to speak with the Dion family to find Julie and Alex.
Look, last time I saw her, she was on her way to New Hampshire.
They learned that Julie Corey had had a baby that weekend and had left for New Hampshire.
Once they learned that there was this woman who used to live in the apartment who suddenly had a baby and was leaving the state, all of their focus went to Julie.
Police contact local hospitals and discover there are no records of Julie Corey giving birth in the past week. And then they learn something else.
Somewhere between the beginning of May and her actual due date and June, she had a stillborn and lost the child.
Once we learned that Julie and Alex were in New Hampshire with an infant child, there was a new sense of urgency. So the next step was for our department to send people to New Hampshire, contact New Hampshire State Police and local police, and try to find Julie Corey and Alex Dion.
After issuing an APB in New England, investigators immediately reach out to Julie's father.
Alex thinks that they're gonna stay there. Julie's father says they never even asked to stay. Julie says, oh, well, they don't have any room for us. Let's get out of here.
We called all the hospitals, some of the homeless shelters, halfway houses.
Just 48 hours after the discovery of Darlene's body, police get a call from Penley Bridge House in Plymouth, New Hampshire.
There was a very astute employee there who took a look at the child and thought something looked a little off. The baby still had some blood on her, and the umbilical cord was tied with a ribbon, and it just didn't look right.
Julie Corey and Alex Dion are taken into custody by local authorities.
You're not taking my baby. You're not taking my baby! I'm not taking my baby.
Baby Alita is rushed to the hospital, where doctors are shocked to find her in good health.
I was in my mother's house, watching the news, of course, and a picture comes up on the screen of a baby, and then it read, baby rescued in New Hampshire, baby found alive in New Hampshire, Julie and Alex in custody. And that's when I found out the baby was okay.
Julie demands a lawyer and clams up.
Julie has never spoken with the police about what may have happened.
She was unclear about a lot of things.
But Alex Dion has plenty to say.
She would just tell me I went to the hospital, or I went there, I would ask her about ultrasounds and stuff, and she wouldn't really give me details. She would just say, yeah, I went, and everything's fine.
The police looked at Alex Dion as a potential suspect, and even after Julie Corey was arrested, they looked at other people, individuals that could have participated, that would have had a motive to assist Alex Dion or Julie Corey in getting a baby of her own.
He explained to us that Julie had told him she was pregnant. He had his doubts. She had gone to the hospital without him to have the child.
You didn't think it was odd that she left 2 hours after she gave birth?
Yeah. I don't know how this thing works. I don't have any kids. I thought, you have the kid, and if everything's fine, you can just go home.
Julie Corey had told Alex Dion that she was going to a friend of hers in Marlborough. Later on, she told Alex Dion that she was actually going to Framingham, another town in the area of Worcester, to have the baby.
She was very happy. She sounded, you're a father, I'm coming home. I didn't even have the chance to question anything.
Later on, you could establish that she hadn't gone to a friend's house in Marlborough, that she hadn't gone to a hospital, that she, in fact, hadn't had a baby.
Alex was portrayed as very gullible. Some of the things that Julie asked Alex to believe seemed pretty unbelievable.
But Julie's lies went far beyond words.
Julie still maintained that she was pregnant, and I believe that was easy enough for her to do because she continued to be a rather large woman, so that way there you could still believe that she was pregnant.
There were documents that showed that she was getting public assistance because she was pregnant, and that those benefits were ending because she no longer was going to be pregnant.
Police recovered the video from the convenience store that shows Julie and Darlene together the night of July 23rd. There's also evidence in Darlene's apartment.
Also where the deceased was found were 2 beverage bottles, which we recovered and swabbed and fingerprinted. The fingerprint of Julie Corey was found on one of those bottles.
Most of the evidence is circumstantial, but one thing is irrefutable.
It was determined that the child was Darlene's by a DNA test. 99.1%.
For authorities, there's no question. On the night of July 23, 2009, Julie Corey struck Darlene Haynes on the head with a heavy object, strangled her with an electrical cord, and cut her baby from her womb.
There was a group of girls who lived across the hallway who had all gone out that night for one of their birthdays. They came back 2 or 3 in the morning, said they heard banging coming from Darlene's apartment. And one of the girls later on heard the water running for a really long time. That was Julie cleaning up after the murder.
I was in shock. I was in a state of shock that, wow, you know, this person who I thought wasn't that type of person that'll be capable of taking a life. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe somebody was capable of doing something like this.
The crime rocks the town, the state, even the nation.
Julie maintained her innocence through the whole thing. She said she got the baby through lawful means, but wouldn't tell anybody who gave her the baby.
That was the thrust of the defense's argument, that it was in fact Roberto Rodriguez that had killed Darlene Haynes.
The jury renders its verdict on February 12, 2014.
Julie was found guilty of first-degree murder.
When the jury said that she was guilty, Julie screamed and broke down. It was just a piercing scream in the courtroom.
She is sentenced to life without parole.
Justice was served. You know, I mean, I was happy about it.
The motive for Julie to murder Darlene went right to the fact that she wanted the baby. She'd had 5 children of her own. All had been taken away from her, and that she wanted a child of her own. The second reason, she didn't want to lose Alex Dion. She knew the only reason he was staying was because he believed that she was carrying his baby. And the third was, she was living off the public assistance and benefits. Those benefits were going to end because she had not had a child, and the time of her pregnancy had gone long past.
I do believe that Julie was planning this for quite a bit of the time. I still try to make sense of it, and I just can't. I mean, if I could ask her, I would ask her why. What could have Darlene possibly done to deserve something like that? You know?
Unless Julie says something, I don't think anybody will ever really know. It was just a very hard tragedy for everybody. And it's going to be very difficult for the rest of our lives.
Darlene's baby lives with her sister and her father, Roberto Rodriguez, who's doing his best to right the wrongs of the past and raise his daughters to feel deeply loved and safe.
She was just a beautiful person, you know, and I believe that now her church is going to be carrying her legacy, you know what I mean? Like, her name still lives.
They say love makes a house a home.
Buddy was so happy to go. They were going to live on a large property, and it sounds very storybook.
But love can be blind.
I made a joke out of it, and it wasn't a joke to Buddy.
And when strangers are in your home, it can be dangerous.
He was basically a hostage. He was being tortured.
Even deadly.
This was definitely evil with a capital E.
On an early morning run on the outskirts of Houston, a man notices someone sleeping by the side of the road. But when he loops back and the figure hasn't stirred, he calls 911.
Initially, a jogger had called in to police dispatch that something was wrong with a person, and he'd seen a man laying in a ditch. Thought that maybe they were drunk or passed out or sleeping.
We arrived at the scene and observed that there was a body laying off the roadway in some grass. The body had evidence of trauma, cuts, bruises, but the unusual thing about it was the clothes were very clean. You would expect that if it was a hit and run, which we kind of thought maybe that's what it was going to be at first, the clothes would have been tore up. Would have been dirty, but that wasn't the case.
Cleaned up, he's been washed up, he ain't got no blood on him.
And no blood at all. It just like somebody had been beaten severely. We knew that something was wrong with the scene immediately.
No gun wounds, I don't see no stab wounds.
One shoe was laying on the ground next to the victim, and the other shoe was on his foot, but it was on the wrong foot. So you could tell somebody hastily dressed him.
Glasses over here.
And threw him out there on the scene. It was a clear indicator that whoever done this had access to clothes that fit the victim, because his clothes appeared to properly fit him. It's quite clear he was washed, bathed, and reclothed, and then dumped on the side of the road.
50 years old, Caucasian.
While evidence tells police that this was no hit and run, it tells them nothing about who the dead man is. And when investigators have a body with no name, they first look to the names that have no bodies.
We checked our case files, our reports, to see maybe if somebody reported someone missing.
Did you find anything?
Nothing yet. That wasn't the case, so we checked the next city over, Jacinto City, to see maybe if someone reported someone missing.
Hey, yeah, it's Assistant Chief Pruitt over at Galena Park here. Listen, I was wondering if you could help us out here. We're gonna miss
It was at that time we found out that a woman by the name of Suzanne Basso.
I think we got a hit. A Louis Musso. Age is right. Also known as Buddy. Yeah,
had come in to the police station to report a person missing.
The cops head over to Suzanne Basso's home in Jacinto City to learn more.
Sue Basso lived in a working-class neighborhood east of Houston, and her home was very much like the others, and there was nothing remarkable about it. It was just very modest, working class.
I went up and knocked on the door. Suzanne answered the door.
Hi, can I help you?
Ma'am, are you the person that reported Buddy Musso missing?
Yes, I am. Have you found him?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, ma'am.
She doesn't know where he is. She thinks he might be off with one of his little girlfriends.
I think actually he left me for some Mexican woman.
Suzanne isn't the only one home.
I said, who's that looking out the window? And she said, my son, James O'Malley.
Could you please ask him to step out here?
I don't think it's a good idea. He's a little mentally slow and he doesn't really know what's
That's
going
fine,
on. But I can explain anything you...
I still need him to come out here right now anyway, please. Go ahead.
You know, for obvious reasons, security and safety reasons. So he stepped to the door.
This man needs to ask you some questions.
Yeah, well, this morning we had a report about a person lying by the side of the road with no ID, and he matched the details that you gave to the police. So I need y'all to come downtown right now and ID the body.
The body?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it him? Oh my God!
We're not sure, ma'am. I need you to come with me, all right with that? You can do that?
James? Yes.
So I loaded them both up in the car, and we went to the scene.
Pruitt decides Suzanne is in no shape to ID the body.
James.
I questioned him. I said, well, would James be able to know who he is? And I figured he would be able to observe the scene a little better because we needed to know who the victim was. So she remained in the car. We walked up to the scene. We didn't enter the scene itself, but he could see from the distance. And he's staring in that area completely and didn't take his eyes off that area. And when we got up there, I turned and looked at him.
Is that Buddy, James?
Yeah. That's Buddy.
Is that Buddy? Is it Buddy?
Suzanne is hysterical and saying, is that Buddy? Is it Buddy? Is it Buddy?
Look, ma'am, James just confirmed that it was Mr. Musso.
I got them in the car and I asked them if they'd accompany us to the police station to give us a play-by-play as to Buddy's whereabouts and take a statement from them.
Now that police know the man in the ditch is Buddy Musso, they're left with one very pressing question. Who wanted him dead?
When Buddy left, he probably was the happiest that he's ever been.
We couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe that. How can anybody do this to Buddy?
The battered corpse of Buddy Musso has been found on the side of the road just outside of Houston. Police have little evidence and no witnesses. They do know one thing. He's a long way from his home back in New Jersey. Just a ferry ride from Midtown Manhattan, Cliffside Park is a small, safe borough of only 30,000 people.
Crime rate, very little. You could put your apple pie on the windowsill. It'll still be there in the morning.
And at the Cliffside Seniors Housing Complex, things are even safer still. And one person everyone knows here is Louis Musso.
We always knew him as Buddy Musso. He was passionate, you know, he was passionate.
I want to sing you a song that I wrote.
And it was almost in a childlike way. That's what endeared him to so many people.
Even though Buddy is no senior, a mild cognitive disability brought him here as a resident.
Tennessee girl that I love.
Buddy was a sweetheart of a guy. Simple. He wasn't the brightest kid on the block, but lovable.
She's the girl that I dream of every day.
Buddy just had a good heart and a good soul.
He was a really respected, well-liked man. He was gentle and kind. He was happy. He loved family. He liked dressing up as a cowboy. He was a guy that liked country music.
I'm gonna meet her someday. And we're gonna fall in love.
Buddy played the guitar, banjo, and the drums. He was he really loved music and loved singing. He was married and he had a son, Anthony, and his wife died when Anthony was 2. And he was just devastated by his wife's death. He was really a family guy, and he just wanted family.
Buddy's son had grown up, and they grew distant, leaving Buddy truly alone.
Buddy was actually looking for a girlfriend.
A new love and a new family. It all seems like a pipe dream, till the carnival sweeps into town.
There's really nothing as pretty as a carnival, is there?
Oh, I love them. I come whenever the church has it. I'm actually just visiting, and when I drove by, I saw the lights, so I just had to come. I love them too.
Hey, do you want some popcorn?
Yeah.
I have 2 popcorn, please.
No, I can pay for it myself.
No, I can pay for it.
It was at the Epiphany Church in Cliffside, and every year they have a carnival. Rides for the kids and little areas where you can win a doll. And Buddy always used to go to those. He'd go to start and stay there till the finish.
So what do you think of my chances?
Well, I'm pretty sure these games are rigged, but you never know.
Well, maybe you'll be my lucky charm.
Maybe.
He met this particular person, and she showed him a little bit of attention and, I guess, affection also. So
One more.
as far as Buddy was concerned, that was the key to a relationship that could have blossomed into something that he was looking for.
I guess you were my lucky charm.
I'm Suzanne.
I'm Buddy.
Every night, and he'd be in the lobby, and I might be checking the doors before I go to bed or something, and what are you doing, bud? I was up at the carnival, and he said to me one night, he said,
I got a girlfriend.
I teased him all the time. He says, you got lucky? The carnival? He said, oh, don't say that, he says. He says, I think I'm in love.
Balls and hit the cans down and all that.
I said, that's good, buddy, that you're in love. I says, everybody deserves to be loved.
Though the fair soon pulls up stakes and vanishes, and while Suzanne's vacation ends, the romance doesn't.
Okay, bye. Bye. Ow!
He's on the payphone in the lobby, 10 o'clock.
And just who were you talking to at 10 o'clock at night?
My girlfriend.
Oh, I said, Chief, she's got a friend, I'll go with you. He said, it's not like that, he says, I'm in love.
I just talked to her on the phone, and we're gonna talk again.
He insists that he's smitten with a woman named Suzanne, a 44-year-old mother of 2 who lives in Buddy's favorite place on earth.
She lives in Texas.
Buddy was probably very lonely and felt very much alone in the area he was in.
Nights I usually go see some country music, you know.
Suzanne herself was seduced by the romance of Texas. She's originally a northern girl, north of the border even.
From Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Like Buddy, Suzanne had been married before, and that union had been splashed all over the pages of the Houston Chronicle. Their wedding announcement trumpeted their love and many impressive details of their lives.
She was an oil heiress, a gymnast, a ballerina, a dancer.
She was educated in these fancy schools in Ireland and had been in a convent at one time. Carmine Basso was, by all accounts, was a gentleman, decent man. He had a Medal of Honor in the Vietnam War.
Carmine ran a private investigation agency and security firm.
But not long after the pair found love, tragedy struck.
Carmine died in Houston. He was found in his office, and it was an esophageal issue, like a severe acid reflux that continued. It was ruled natural causes.
Although Suzanne is back in Texas, the long-distance relationship continues through the fall and into the spring.
The relationship obviously stepped up. She would call up there. He became very excited. There's this woman in my lady love, as he called her.
Buddy actually felt that for the first time in a long time, he had met his soulmate.
At Suzanne's frequent urging, Buddy considers pulling up stakes to move into her home in Jacinto City.
From what we heard, that she was going to shower him with gifts. They were going to live on a large property, and it sounds great. It sounds very storybook.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Hey, Unc. Hey, I just got a picture from my girlfriend, Suzanne Basso in Texas.
Oh, I said Texas. He said, I mean it, Unc. He says, I love her. I'm going. I said, all right.
We were all kind of saying, yeah, oh, yeah, okay, buddy, that's all right. You can, yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
Things are really looking up, buddy. They're really looking up.
He got on a bus that morning and went to Texas. I never saw him again.
The body of 57-year-old Buddy Musso has been found by the side of the road in Texas. A terrible fate for someone who followed his heart there just 2 months before.
It's about time, cowboy.
Much obliged, ma'am. Much obliged.
Buddy Musso got on a bus in New Jersey and came here. You see this guy dressed up in this little Western shirt, and he got his boots on, his hat on.
You're gonna love it here. It's warm and dry and no depressing winters.
New love, new state, new home.
And most importantly, no old people. Come here, come here, come here. And you know what?
What?
When you hang around old people, you get old. And you are not old.
I love hearing that.
I know you do. Have a seat. I'm gonna go get some iced tea.
Okay.
Buddy's life when he first came down here was fine. I believe that he was happy. He enjoyed living with Suzanne.
Morning, sunshine.
Morning, sweetheart. Guess what? I got you a job.
A job?
Yes.
She was a security guard. She worked for her own company.
He was a night watchman.
Oh.
All things happened to him that he didn't have going for him before.
Ta-da!
No.
Yes.
Now I got a job, I got a uniform. The fact that you gave him a badge and a stick and a flashlight had to be overwhelming to him. Like, wow, look at me, you know?
Suzanne is even taking over all the messy details that Buddy's always found unmanageable.
I think we should deal with your finances. Since we both know that you're not good at that stuff, I can take care of it for you.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, and I've got life insurance.
Oh, I don't like life insurance. It's a jinx.
Well, don't worry, because all you have to do is sign your name here and initial here.
Okay.
Hello? Yes, just give me 1 second. It's for you.
For me? Ow!
While he's delighted to be at Suzanne's side, Buddy's new home isn't exactly what he was expecting of his blue blood girlfriend.
You had a working class home, very modest, very cluttered, like a hoarder almost. There were plastic boxes, there were computer equipment, television sets, all sorts of stuff everywhere. A lot of it had kind of an Irish theme. You know, there was a lot of green, there were shamrocks on the walls. In one side room, they had converted into an office, so they had a computer, and it was cramped and full. But then you had some high-end elements. There were copies of Colonial Williamsburg magazine, the Foundation magazine, the New Yorker. There was Tchaikovsky compact discs, you know, classical music.
But the house isn't just filled with stuff. Suzanne's son, James, takes up a lot of space, too.
He wore black rimmed glasses, short hair, military-style haircut, wearing the fatigues. A G.I. Joe wannabe would be the best way to describe it.
And James is a little odd.
He looks like an extra off Full Metal Jacket. He was just this little misfit guy. He's never been in the Army, he's never served his country, but he's playing pretend.
But Buddy gets along with everyone.
Everybody loved him. He was just a very lovable guy.
All right, guys, food's ready.
James isn't the only one Buddy has to win over. His new home in Jacinto City is always packed with friends.
Suzanne had collected just an odd collection of people. There were different ages. She did have an ability on some people to draw them in a very personal way. She would often bring people down on their lucks into their home.
Buddy, this is everyone. My old friend Bernice, her son Craig, her daughter Hope, and Hope's fiance Terrence.
I'm not exactly sure how Bernice and that group got together. I do know that they had become friends and were friends for a couple years. She would visit them at their apartment, and they would come over to Jacinto City.
Yes, my love. Ain't no pants in this house. Understand? Yes, my juicy dream girl.
Sorry, I have to work another double today.
Oh.
Won't last forever. That's just how it is now.
Okay.
Okay? Have fun. Love you.
Love you too.
This crowd is often in Suzanne's home, even when she's working her frequent long shifts at her security company.
What you doing, buddy?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing.
You want to play a tune?
Yeah, come on, buddy. Play some
Hey,
song.
here he
I'll
is.
get my guitar.
Atta boy.
He always wanted to play, no matter what it was, even if it was for lunch.
What song do you want me to play?
Gold Beards.
I don't know that one.
Buddy, this is a concert, a one-man show, right? We need some beers here. This is...
Oh.
Right?
Beers.
Ah.
I'll go get you some beers.
Yes, yes.
It doesn't take long before they start asking Buddy to do all kinds of small chores.
Here you go.
He's a man who was used to doing all of these things for people back when he's in the senior center.
Hey, buddy. What is this? Beer's not cold enough.
Oh.
Not cold enough.
Helping people out, getting things for people.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
It smells really bad in here. I think maybe you need to empty the ashtray.
Well, you heard the lady. What are you looking at me for?
Now here he was made to be almost in servitude towards them.
Over a period of weeks, Buddy began to experience abuse.
Buddy! Be quick with them clothes, yeah?
Yeah.
And don't go talking to them Mexican ladies.
This group would go to a Chinese restaurant. They would be eating. Everybody would get big plates of food, and except for Buddy, and not allow him to eat. And they would throw food at him.
I think he still felt that it might change. I'm sure Buddy felt that everything would be okay. He could probably win those people over.
It's a Southern thing. You're gonna cook frog, throw it into the water. If the water's already boiling, frog will jump out. Put the frog in the water, slowly turn up the heat. Frog's not going anywhere.
And the heat is being turned up.
They would go into the restaurant. They would leave Buddy out in the car handcuffed so that he couldn't get away.
This is a guy who was turned into a prisoner. He was basically a hostage.
Faster, move them legs, move them legs!
There was a field outside of Bernice Aaron's apartment.
Oh, now finish, finish, finish!
And the police officer arrived. Buddy was out there. He was huffing and puffing, and he couldn't run, but he was trying. The police officer kind of took Buddy off to the side to find out what was going on, because Buddy was obviously older than those two.
He wants us to make him do this. He likes doing it.
They told me I had to run. I just want to go see Suzanne.
The police officer walked Buddy, along with Terrence and James, to Bernice's apartment, knocked on the door. Suzanne answered.
Buddy, what happened?
These boys will make that man run sprints.
Sprints. Ugh, James, you know boys will be boys. Are you okay, buddy? Let's go inside.
The what's with those eyes?
Oh, it was a terrible thing. He was jumped a few days ago by 3 Mexicans. It was terrible, but he's fine now, aren't you, buddy?
This is where I want to be. I want to be with Suzanne.
Yeah, come on in.
People wondered why Buddy didn't leave. Buddy, being the type of a person that he was committed to his relationship.
While the policeman feels that things are amiss with this odd collection of people, he doesn't know the half of it.
This was a very, very dysfunctional group. Very dysfunctional group.
They can beat him, they can torture him, they can belittle him, and nobody will stop him.
James.
Nobody can interfere with what they're doing. Nobody can stop their plan. Buddy Musso is theirs.
Buddy Musso has moved from New Jersey to Texas looking for storybook love, but the fairy tale has taken a grim turn.
A neighbor saw him one day, the 2 black eyes, and said, "Man, you need some help? You want me to call an ambulance?" Buddy's like, no, don't call anybody. It'll make it worse.
But inside the bungalow that's supposed to be Buddy's love nest, it's even worse.
They had a little mat that children use when they're in kindergarten, when it's nap time. That's what they had for Buddy. And they made Buddy kneel on it. If he tried to lie down, he'd get punished. If he tried to stand up, he would get punished. If he wanted to go to the bathroom and they wouldn't let him and he wet his pants, he would get punished.
What you doing, buddy?
A whole army of misfits watching this guy. Torturing him, beating him, keeping him in line.
And even when they were beating him and torturing him, he complied. He just wanted to get along, just wanted to be liked, just wanted to be part of a family.
James, please.
The abuse reaches a deadly peak one sweltering weekend at Bernice's apartment.
Suzanne was working. Suzanne didn't trust just her son to watch Buddy, so that's why she brought him over to Bernice's house, because there were more people there.
Different place, same treatment.
Woo! Buddy! Get up, buddy, get up. We hungry. Wanna make some food? Yeah, go ahead.
They look like a group of people that had maybe been picked on in their lives, because they're just kind of sad-looking people that didn't appear, if you just looked at them, like they were successful in life. These people were all people that heaped their life's problems on Buddy, and the things that they had experienced in life, they gave to him.
It's horrific what started to happen to this guy. He was tortured, and it escalated to that. Here's this guy, gets off a bus, wearing a cowboy hat and some cheap cowboy boots, and she introduces him to this family of hers. It's like, hey, it's the Adams family.
And in August 1998, 2 months after moving to Houston, Buddy vanishes.
Hi, I'm calling to report a missing person.
So when a body is found at the side of the road 2 days after the call, police pay a visit to the Basso home. Suzanne and James go to the scene where James identifies Buddy's corpse. Both are taken to the police station where they're interviewed separately.
At this point, they weren't suspect.
Suzanne was hysterical, crying, very upset.
Suzanne went into giving her statement, saying that she last seen Buddy the day before. He didn't come home. She thinks that he went down to visit some Hispanic women at the washateria.
I thought maybe he left me for this Mexican woman.
In the other room, James is telling a very similar story.
Look, I think he ran off with some woman, all right? Some Mexican woman, probably. I remember him doing laundry.
Still, Pruitt suspects James knows more about Buddy's death than he's letting
Go
on.
back to his hometown, New Jersey. I don't know.
And without a doubt, it appeared to me, and again, with my experience and suspicion, that he knew what he would find prior to him getting there.
Yeah.
There was no great shock. It was almost an immediate answer and said, yes, that's Buddy. And the position of the victim and all would have made it almost impossible for him to make that determination without almost walking clean up on the victim.
From that distance, you couldn't tell if that was a man or a woman.
And in short order, the story comes flooding out.
We didn't intend to kill him. All right? We didn't know he was dead. When I left him there, I could come back, he didn't open his eyes. Yeah, we killed the guy. We killed him.
He pretty much had confessed that they'd had Buddy over at the Bernice Aaron's apartment and that he misbehaved and they did this.
Looks like we got a bunch of people to pick up.
To flesh out what happened, the others are quickly rounded up. The story they tell horrifies the officers.
They were just aghast. They were amazed at this brutality. Cops see brutal stuff all the time. This was a whole new level.
And James has one last shocking secret.
It was quite obvious that Buddy was brought down here for a reason.
After the murder of Buddy Musso, James O'Malley delivers a sudden and shocking confession.
Yeah, we killed the guy. We killed him.
We brought Bernice, Craig, Terrence, and Hope to the police station for questioning. Everybody started pointing fingers at each other.
Then the dance began with all the suspects. You know, the dance that police have to go through to get statements.
You're wasting time!
Armed with James's statement, Pruitt goes back to Suzanne for her story.
Oh my God, Buddy, I'm so sorry,
Stop lying, Suzanne! Your son just confessed.
Well, this startled her quite a bit.
Suzanne pointed mainly at her son.
I didn't do anything. I just wanted to protect James. He's my son. He's not right in the head. Don't you know that?
She was Buddy's benefactor and his protector.
I was working doubles. I had no idea what they were doing. And I just kept seeing marks on his body when I came home.
And then she immediately started the blame game. All these other actors were there to harm him. She wasn't there when he died.
But the rest of her family offer a very different version of events and drop a bombshell on the cops.
Suzanne, my mother, she was there. She told us to do it.
Her son pointed a finger at Suzanne. Craig, Terrence, and Bernice pointed fingers at Suzanne.
They were scared of Suzanne Basso.
I had nothing to do with this. I want to go home.
It was obvious that Suzanne was the ringleader. She was the one that told him to do all the bad things to Buddy.
Give me your belt.
She was the one that initiated the beatings.
Suzanne had total control over that group.
I think somebody wants to get punished, James.
She was probably smarter than the rest of them. I can't say that they respected her, but I believe they feared her. And I don't know how she was able to have such dominion over them, but she did.
After all the statements were taken, I started to put the picture together of what Buddy might have gone through. And it was quite obvious that Buddy was brought down here for a reason.
Have 2 popcorn, please?
No, I can pay for it myself.
No, I want to.
She saw Buddy as an income source, so I think she schemed to have Buddy come down and live off of Buddy's Social Security money and pretend to be his girlfriend.
In short order, her role as loving fiancé fades.
The people in New Jersey would try and call him, and at first, Suzanne would put him on the phone and he would talk. It was very much controlled by Suzanne. And after a while, she would say, well, Buddy's not here, or Buddy's outside, or Buddy's doing something else.
Okay, well, let me see what I can do. 1 second.
I want it.
Suzanne Basso did a really good job at keeping the outside world out. Because if the outside world was kept out and she was all that mattered to this confederacy of misfits, then it's all about control. Nobody can interfere with what they're doing. Nobody can stop their plan. Buddy Musso is theirs.
Suzanne types up a will stating that everything Buddy owns would be hers when he dies.
It's like, leave everything to Suzanne, even the drum set. Nobody else gets anything, not his family members.
Then there is his insurance policy.
Buddy initialed it, every page. It was his initials, L.M. Louis Musso.
It had an escalator clause in it from 15 to 60 grand, I believe, if he died a violent death. Buddy wanted to leave. I think he wanted to try to leave. They found a note in his pants written, you know, get me out of here, basically. I just think he didn't have the means.
What do you think you're doing? James! Hammer and nails, now!
For Suzanne, Buddy is worth more dead than alive.
Buddy became a problem for Suzanne. He was an irritant to her. I just believe that she just wanted it over with. She's just tired of dealing with it.
Sit down. Down. Lie down. Down!
When police interview all the suspects, they learn how Suzanne solves her problems.
In the last few days of his life, the torture was dialed up to a terrifying extreme.
It happened in the last week of August 1998 in Bernice's apartment.
Come on, let's go. Craig, Bernice, you're up.
There was no one that did not hit him. He was hit with all manner of things.
Come on, harder.
He had such a descriptive type of a face where you knew every emotion that was going through Buddy's mind.
Come on.
I just couldn't picture the look on his face those last couple of days. It must have been a look of puzzlement as to what happened. Why is she doing this to me? The person who loved me, how could she do this to me?
I'm hurt really bad. I think I need an ambulance.
Oh, you need an ambulance? Well, I'm not done with you yet.
She hit him with the vacuum cleaner part.
James! Come on!
Suzanne's son kicked him with the steel-toed boots.
Get up!
Why did you stop? Let's go!
It's kind of like the alpha dog. If you got a pack of dogs out there and the alpha dog attacks something, what usually happens afterwards? The other dogs jump in and they attack the other dog. For whatever reason, who knows? Because they're afraid of the alpha dog?
This guy, his body was a roadmap to torture. He was scrubbed with a wire brush and this skin-peeling mix of cleaning fluid.
They turned the shower on to rinse him off because he was all bloody. And left the shower running and just left him in the bathtub.
Buddy, look. Oh, it is Buddy.
James said when he returned to the shower, he noticed Buddy was dead.
Buddy?
He got with everyone that was in the apartment, and they all agreed not to tell anybody and what had happened.
One, two, three.
After Buddy's left in the dust and his killers are arrested, the savage murder sparks a media storm.
It was a big news story because it was 6 capital murders in Galena Park with a horribly beaten up man.
When the name Suzanne Basso hits the front page, it rings more than a few bells, thanks to Suzanne's wedding announcement from a few years before.
She called herself an oil heiress, and she had this big long name that had probably 8 names to it.
It's absurd. Nothing about the wedding announcement added up. It just didn't make sense.
In fact, Suzanne had grown up on the east coast of the U.S., not Canada. And there was no oil money, no gymnastics, no endless names or private schools.
From all accounts, she was a lovely little girl. She was the youngest daughter in a family of 8.
But the little girl had herself seen the face of evil.
Suzanne Basso was an abused kid, sexually, physically. Her parents were apparently some pretty brutal folks. She was, in turn, brutal with her kids. She carried it on to the next generation. Her son, James O'Malley, there were indications that she had had a sexual relationship with him.
His mother totally controlled him. And we found a list of some things that James wrote out, and one of them was work on my temper. So I think he recognized that he had problems, but when you're raised in a house like that, with a mother like that, you really don't have that much of a choice.
As details of Suzanne's past come flooding in, the death of Carmine Basso looks more than a little suspicious.
If you look at some of the things that happened with Buddy Musso, there were times when people were denied food. There are stories about James O'Malley being starved for periods as punishment. So, you know that, and then you read that Carmine Basso suffered from malnourishment, which could have led to some of the esophageal issues. It really does make you wonder what went on in his life.
While many suspect Suzanne may have tortured Carmine as well, Buddy's death remains the focus of police investigations, and all 6 players are charged with capital murder.
James O'Malley got life in prison. Bernice got 80 years. Her son Craig got 60 years. Terrence got life.
And Hope Aarons got 20 years.
Suzanne was the only person we wanted to prosecute and seek the death penalty because she was the ringleader.
In October of 1999, she's convicted of capital murder and sentenced to death. She's executed on February 5th, 2014.
You know, in this business, you see evil with a small e, and you see evil with a capital E. And this was definitely evil with a capital E. That woman, Suzanne Basso, was evil.
Buddy Musso was looking for love. He was looking for someone to share the rest of his life with. Suzanne Basso was looking for a victim. She was looking for somebody to play. She was looking for somebody to torture. She wasn't looking for love. She was looking for a payday.
Back in New Jersey, the loss of Buddy still haunts his friends.
To think somebody would do something like that to a kid like that. You're not even a human being. They were animals. To do that to another human being.
I think we've gotten to the point right now in the world where you need more buddies. You need more people, to look at the positive side. You need more people with love in their heart. You need more people like Buddy.
I have regrets that I didn't try to stop him from going, but I never thought he would do it. But he did. And I feel so bad that happened to him.
Sometimes your home is a refuge.
Al Adamson was going through a separation process and decided to move back to the city of Indio.
And sometimes it's the scene of your worst nightmare.
When someone's missing and you see fresh cement, you go, I wonder.
When you open your door to strangers,
sure, Al was a trusting guy.
It's all too easy for evil to creep in.
It's the most horrible thing you could imagine.
In July 1995, police detectives are investigating a missing person and are summoned to a quiet ranch home in Indio, just southeast of Palm Springs.
The property probably was maybe 4 to 5 acres. There were 2 residential homes on that property. The main house was occupied by Al Adamson.
Al is the man police are looking for.
We couldn't find Al. And I said, you know, where is he? Where's he at? Is he in Texas? Or is he in Vegas?
Thanks for coming down, Mr. Adamson.
His brother's been trying to reach him for weeks, with no luck.
The report was that Mr. Adamson had left and just not told anyone about it.
I really started to get panicky.
We wanted to trace any movements that he had over the last 6 to 8 weeks to see if we could possibly locate him.
The first person they meet is Guadalupe Garcia.
She was a caretaker who lived in a mobile home on the property of Mr. Adamson. And she explained to me that she would clean Mr. Adamson's home on a weekly basis.
But Guadalupe tells police that she hasn't been in the house in weeks.
Pasan unos días, yo me voy para Mexicali con mis padres. Entonces se me ocurre y voy a agarrar las llaves y voy a querer abrir la puerta. Porque yo tenía permiso de entrar en cualquier momento en la casa. Y había cambiado la chapa. Pues, ¿qué está pasando?
There's a reason her keys don't work anymore.
Lupe, you're back. If you know, there's been some huge changes around here. I hired this guy to help me finish some of the work around the ranch, but that's the new owner. Apparently Al sold the ranch or something.
Fred Fulford, Al's live-in contractor, explains that Al has sold the property.
Seems like an all right guy.
But doesn't shed any light on where Al has gone. Al did have plans to sell his Indio home, but not until after it was remodeled.
It's definitely a home that needed a lot of TLC.
Al Adamson started putting a lot more money into it, trying to improve the structure itself.
And once inside, it does appear that Al has packed up most of his belongings.
Todos los cuadros que tenía Mr. Adamson ya no estaban.
When we walked through the bedroom, she pointed out that a lot of Mr. Adamson's clothing was missing, as well as several suitcases.
Al's clearly not there, but he does have a long history of moving around because of his job. He's in the movie business. Hollywood is in his blood. He's born there in 1929 to Hollywood staples. His dad is Denver Dixon, a silver screen cowboy.
Al and I used to go with him and watch him make the movies.
And his mother, Dolores Booth, a star in her own right.
His mom was actually a silent film actress in the old Oregon Trail.
Unlike his parents, Al can't sing or act, but he desperately wants to be part of the show.
Al liked to perform, and we used to give shows out of the garage.
Al always told me he wanted to be a dancer, but he said he had 2 left feet and he just couldn't do it.
So Al takes another route.
No, I'm telling you. No, I've got this lovely lady sitting in front of me right now who is dying to be in one of your films.
He became a manager, an agent of singers and entertainers, and he became an owner of a nightclub. And that's what he really liked. But all of a sudden in 1964, He had an idea in his mind that he wanted to direct a film. It just came out of nowhere.
This true son of Hollywood finally finds his place on set in the director's chair.
All right, everybody settle.
And he's a natural.
And action.
He had great knowledge, I think instinctively from being with his father, great knowledge of the structure of film. And the structure of film is the key to filmmaking.
Al's dad introduces him to Sam Sherman, an up-and-coming filmmaker in New York.
Well, we hit it off from the beginning.
In 1968, they start Independent International Pictures.
We wanted to make musicals. We couldn't get anywhere with that. So I knew a lot about horror pictures. Al said, well, if you think that'll make some money, we'll do it. So we got started on horror pictures.
Al is liked by his cast and crew right away, even if they find him a bit square.
My impression of Al Adamson was he belonged working in a hardware store in Fresno, California. He just did not look like a film director. I thought, gee, he's not glamorous, he's not hip, he didn't do drugs, he didn't drink really at all.
No, thank you.
But he had this ability to get people excited about the project.
This is gonna be great. This is gonna be a great movie. Okay, cut.
It's not long before Al's movies develop a cult following.
Take your time getting to her, you know.
Al made B movies. Whatever was going on at the time, whether it was blaxploitation or whether it were biker films or horror films, he would sort of squeeze himself into that genre and do it.
Al and Sam both gave the people what they wanted. Al Adamson was smart enough to listen to Sam Sherman and to know you give the people what they want. You get a few nude girls, you get a little bit of action, you know, you have kind of a cool hip movie and the people will come. He's had some great successes. Dracula vs. Frankenstein, as a little child, you're watching at midnight and it was the movie you wanted to watch.
He made one called Five Bloody Graves.
Satan Sadist.
They developed a huge following. They became these cult filmmakers. Al Adamson was the king of the drive-in.
But eventually, life will imitate art, and Al will find himself in the middle of a real-life horror story.
It was horrifying. Horrifying.
Movie director Al Adamson has been missing for weeks, and his friends and family have grown frantic. But back in the 70s, the only drama surrounding Al's life is on screen.
Okay, cut.
Al is king of the drive-in.
Excellent.
And from the beginning, his undisputed queen is Regina Carroll.
Al used Regina in almost every movie he made.
He never looked at another woman.
It was like one of those once-in-a-lifetime loves, the kind of love we all hope to get in our life.
They marry in 1972.
They had similar interests, they were theatrical personalities, and I think they were genuine people. And I think they shared a genuine love, and I think the living together, the working together, the getting married, it all went hand in hand.
The 70s are hugely productive for the couple, but once the 80s roll around, the industry changes.
A lot of drive-ins were shutting down. So the changing environment of the entertainment industry, the changing culture, it just kind of boxed them out at that point.
Ever resourceful, Al takes the money he's made from filmmaking and tries his hand at a new game.
Okay, which one do you prefer?
Oh, definitely that one.
He got into real estate because he could make money at that, doing that. I seen him make 30 grand in 2 months. Al was very successful in real estate.
But in the midst of this success, Al and Regina are hit with devastating news.
Babe, you okay? What? Let me get you some water, okay?
Regina had cancer of the brain.
Al had this great ability to believe everything, if you just prayed and worked hard enough, would work out. He devoted himself to Regina when she got ill, so that he was always at her side, holding her hand.
After a long battle, Regina dies in November of 1992, at just 49 years old.
She was very young, much too young.
And he was just devastated, lower than any person could be.
Overwhelmed by grief, Al needs a new project, something to distract him.
Al, it's Sam. I got a perfect project for you, okay? Brilliant script, you're gonna love it, and it shoots in Australia.
And Al said, great, I need to find an actress.
Enter a new leading lady, both on screen and off.
He was in Las Vegas trying to recover from this terrible loss when he met Stevie Ashlock.
How lucky did I get? I mean, he was just a card character. And I came down to audition for a movie he was doing.
So, you had a chance to read the script?
What? Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The character's good. It works for you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna sort of...
Oh, a couple weeks go by and I didn't hear anything. And then finally I get a phone call.
And the next thing I knew, they had a romance going.
The movie soon wraps, but the romance doesn't. Back stateside, the couple is ready to start a glitzy new life together in Las Vegas.
He said, I want you to go home and pick out a house. I said, okay. It was a gorgeous house. It was an English Tudor house and just looked like a little something you'd find in Cinderella.
It needs a little work, but they figure it can be done while they're jetting around the world.
Al and I traveled most of our time together. I no more get home from one trip and had to unpack and hurry up and scurry and pack up for the next trip. And so we were constantly on the go.
Their newfound love is like something out of a fairy tale. But most fairy tales have villains.
I had left the gate open that day because we were expecting the gardener to come. So when the doorbell rang, I figured that it was the gardener.
Hey, that was rude. Why did you slam the door?
I don't know who that was, but it wasn't the gardener.
You're just being silly. Hey, excuse me. Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm Fred.
Hi. Hi, Fred. Come on in.
Thanks.
Hey.
I was just doing some work down the street. I've been taking care of this place for the previous owner.
Oh, okay,
I
really?
put in the pool and I've done all the yard.
Fantastic.
When Fred Fulford shows up unexpectedly, Al is quick to give him work.
Great. Well, good to meet you, Fred.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Fred was in the right place at the right time. And as long as somebody was willing to pay him for something, he stuck around and he did it.
Al was always about working a deal with somebody, you know, that was his nature. I'll work a deal with Fred, he'll fix the things, it won't cost me as much as I hired, you know, a construction company to come in to do them.
Mr. Fulford came to work for them to do some rock work around their swimming pool.
It wasn't unusual for Al to adopt strange people as his buddies or pals, you know, and put them on his films or hang out with him for a while or go into business together.
He would hire the Hells Angels instead of hiring actors because he said authentic was believable.
Before long, Fred is working out so well that Al makes a grand gesture.
Fred, how you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Listen, you've been doing some fantastic work around here, and I just wanted to say thanks for all the wonderful work you've done here. And so, listen, here's the keys to the Cherokee. I want you to take it. It's all yours, man. It's my pleasure. It's just my little way of saying thanks for all the wonderful work.
But one car isn't thanks enough. Al even promises Fred another.
There was like a little sports car that Fred had his eye on. Every time he'd come to the house, he would comment on it. And Al said, well, if you finish everything on your list, this will be your bonus prize. I'll give you this little sports car.
Man, thank you so much.
It's a good year. You're welcome, Fred. Really, it's my pleasure.
All right, see you Monday. I won't let you down, buddy.
Oh, no problem, Fred. I trust you.
When Al's brother Ken comes to visit, he meets the star contractor for the first time.
Over here, I mean, he did all this too. He did the put up the tent. Isn't that nice? Nice dinner's there. He introduced you here, Fred. Hey, this is my brother Ken.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Ken, nice to meet you.
So you guys make movies together, or?
No, Fred's my guy. This is a guy who.
Ken quickly learns that things are not as they appear with Fred.
That's the best one.
All right, guys. Duty calls.
Yo. Women.
Yeah, right. Can't live with them. I can't live without them.
Say that again.
Yeah. Wife?
ex-wife. Spoke with her lawyer on the phone just a little while ago. $800 a month.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. I might be able to help you with that.
What do you mean help?
Desperate times call for desperate measures, Ken.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know some guys in Arizona. Fix that right up.
Fred, I'm just not that desperate, man. I mean... Come on.
I'm just messing with you, man.
Scared me.
Arizona,
Seriously, hills have eyes, right?
And my brother said, oh, he's just talking off the top of his head. I said, okay, all right.
He was handy. He was a good carpenter and whatever you needed.
And he'd worked for us for a couple years doing things, you know, odd things here and there.
Hey, Fred, come on over, grab a burger. Here you go, man.
The longer Fred works for Al, the more he comes to admire him, even if he gets a bit carried away sometimes.
It's a long day's work. Some good eats.
The most interesting thing that happened one day, I saw a man at the end of the driveway, which I thought was Al.
Al, come here, help us unload the car.
Hi, Stevie.
It was Fred, dressed exactly like in the same manner that Al would dress in. I was shocked. He started wearing his hair like him, and he had taken on the mannerisms.
Sweetheart, just...
To Stevie, there's just something off about Fred.
I don't know what to say to you. I've said it all.
And I kept telling Al over and over again, I said, just give him $200, take him to the end of the driveway, and let him go.
But Al doesn't see it. Yet. Widower Al Adamson is trying to make a fresh start with new love, Stevie Ashlock. When an unlikely problem comes between them, their contractor, Fred Fulford.
Having Fred around the home and working with Al did cause a lot of friction because Fred knew from the get-go that I didn't like him. So he was constantly looking for ways to either badmouth me or cause ill feelings and try to cause friction between Al and I so he could separate Al and get Al alone with him. And I kept saying, please just let him go. Let's go just find somebody else. But Al said no.
Soon, there's even more to fight about.
It wasn't the same for him, I don't think. He lost a piece of himself when he lost Gina. And I know that he did try to remake her in Stevie Ashlock, but it was not the same.
Can't talk about it anymore. We've talked about it and talked about it and talked about it, and it's never gonna change. She's everywhere.
Well, what am I gonna do? These are my movies. Steve, these are my movies. What am I
These
gonna
are your
do?
movies, and I am your life.
Of course,
Or I'm supposed to be.
sweetheart, of course you're my life.
I can't, don't touch me.
What
She told me, I don't want to be the new Regina. I don't want to do that. I want to be myself. And Al kept pushing me and pushing me. And that was the story of that relationship.
With his romance in tatters, Al retreats to his beloved California.
Lupe, how are you? Oh, it's good to be home.
He had no place to go except back to Indio.
He's depressed, but he finds a distraction. Big changes to his Indio home.
So he called Fred Fulford in from Las Vegas to live at the house and fix it up so he could sell it.
Fred was willing to move out here with him and stay at at this ranch house. It wasn't a palace.
The arrangement was that Fred would do work in order to have a place to live.
Hey, Fred.
Hey, buddy, how you
How
doing?
you doing? How's your trip?
It's great. I got the right car for it.
Fred's not the only employee with this kind of deal.
Then there was a mobile home off to the side where Miss Garcia and her husband stayed.
Nosotros íbamos a regar las palmas, a chequear que que la toronja, que el árbol de toronja tuviera agua. Y cuando él venía a la casa, tener limpia su casa y darle mantenimiento a lo que era la alberca. Entonces, ese era mi trabajo, en nuestro acuerdo. Y por ese acuerdo no íbamos a pagar ni luz, ni agua, ni el parqueadero donde estaba la trailer. Él no era el patrón, era una familia, era parte de la familia. Y yo me sentía parte de su familia.
Between Al, Fred, and the Garcias, it's a makeshift family for Al. And a tonic for his grief.
Buddy.
Hey, Fred.
What's your present?
Oh, thanks. No, I'm good. Not much of a drinker.
More for me. I'll take it.
Oh, thank you.
Some bubbles.
Al was such a loner. Any person that spent a lot of time with him, he would try to form a friendship with that person.
I think you ordered this. You knew I was going to kick your butt. Yeah, that's what it was.
Just a month after moving in, Fred's practically family.
Hey, look who it is. Your brother? Brother mine.
Hey, brother.
Hey,
What
kid.
are you doing playing basketball in the rain on
I know.
Thanksgiving?
Oh my gosh. I completely forgot. It's Thanksgiving. Yeah. Where you been?
Want to get some dinner?
I'd love to. Fred, do you want to come?
Sure, man.
Come along, buddy. Yeah. Thanksgiving. Come on.
All right, thanks.
All
I'd
right.
love to.
Come on.
We all went to Sizzler right here in Indio, and we had turkey dinner. So he's treating him like a brother.
And whenever Al travels for work, he leaves Fred in charge.
Okay. Well, all set.
How long are you going for?
Oh, I don't know. A couple of weeks, maybe.
Al would stay there for a little while, and then he would pick up and go somewhere else on a real estate thing.
When Al would go away, he'd take care of everything.
Well, do you think you could leave me a credit card or something for, I need to buy supplies?
Yeah, of course, man, of course.
Otherwise-
Fred Fulford was not able to get money to pay for the supplies. So Al went ahead and gave him this credit card to buy supplies.
Use it, don't abuse it.
Come on, Al. You know me.
I'm kidding, buddy. Yeah.
Have fun out there.
Do well.
Let me help you out.
Oh, thanks, man. All right, Fred.
Here you go, buddy.
Take care, man.
See you
you soon.
Careful.
And apparently, Fred has hired some workers on his own.
Right. This is what I was telling you about. This whole section here needs to be replastered. On this side, you could just do the patchwork, just like around the lights. You can see it's chipping and cracking.
He even starts acting like the boss.
Aunque él me miró así como diciendo, esta es la criada, esta es la nani, la criada.
Miss Garcia, she never seemed to really get along with Fred. He tried to take over the role of caretaker for the property and to sort of try and just push them out.
Fred's getting very comfortable at Al's. Perhaps too comfortable.
Fred? Lupe? Fred? Lupe?
Al told me, I leave money on the table. Fred helps himself to the money and takes a credit card and goes, fills up his car with gas and comes back and throws it back on the table.
And Al is starting to notice.
That was just Fred, my contractor. He's not in my good books at the moment.
While movie director Al Adamson is away on business, things at home are getting a little weird with his live-in handyman, Fred Fulford. And soon, Fred starts taking control of everything.
Fred had this metal box built, welded together, so that a padlock can be placed on it.
How am I supposed to get the letters now?
You're just gonna have to find someplace else. You're not gonna be getting mail here anymore, senorita.
Meanwhile, Al's busy reviving his movie career.
Al was working on this project. He had filmed in Australia twice, once in Italy, once in Texas, was working on it any place that we felt it was necessary to work on it.
He was just full of enthusiasm. He was the old Al Adamson.
Al isn't the only one back in the game. His old colleague, Gary Kent's just finished a screenplay, and he can't wait to tell Al about it.
Hello?
Hey, Al, I've got a script for you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's about a guy, he's trying to buy a car, and he doesn't have the money for it, and he hits him on the head with a hammer.
Okay, sounds interesting. Well, why don't you send that over?
Al, can we...
Hi, Gary. Sorry about that. That was just Fred, my contractor. He's not in my good books at the moment. Anyways, continue.
Al had not been extremely happy with the work that Fred was doing. While some of the work was okay, there was other things that were done that he did not like and he wanted redone.
Here's another example right here. Look, what's this here?
I think it was more that he did not know how to do it properly. And much of that was done below the current building code standards.
And that's not all.
Hello, this is Al Adamson. Excuse me, what do you mean? I haven't received any letters. No, I haven't received anything.
He was borrowing from my brother for a long time. And Al says a couple $100 here and there don't mean nothing.
But now, Al thinks it might be more than that.
Yeah, hi.
What's wrong? You sound upset.
Well,
I am.
What's going on?
Fred's ran up all these bills while we were down in Australia.
Fred, I thought you guys were buddies.
Yeah.
And I said, well, look at Al, don't do nothing. I'll come down there tomorrow and we'll sit down and discuss how we're going to get rid of Fred.
Ken was able to convince Al to wait so he could drive down and be with him there when Mr. Adamson confronted.
Hello, yes, this is
He
Al
agrees to wait to dismiss Fred, but he calls his bank right away.
I would like to remove a name from my credit card. Yes, that's correct. Fred Fulford. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, you too. Al. Is there something you want to tell me? Are you stealing from me, Fred?
Are you really asking me that question?
Listen, I just need a straight answer.
No, I would never steal from you.
Well, there's a lot of charges on my credit card racking up, and
You gave me the credit card. You told me to buy what I need to fix the house.
There's no need to get heated about this. I didn't tell you to charge everything and rack up thousands of dollars on my credit card. The bank called me. So can you explain these charges?
I'll show you all the receipts. I keep them in the truck.
Great, I would love to see them.
Okay, all you have to do is ask, though, Al.
Okay, please, I would love to see the receipts. Yeah, okay, fine. Thank you. Can you let me get back to my work, please?
Yeah. Work it up.
The next day, Ken shows up for his lunch with Al.
Hey, Fred.
Hey, Ken.
Is Al here?
No, he's buying a car.
What?
Yeah.
He's buying a car. He's supposed to meet me for lunch.
Oh, man. Yeah, he left first thing this morning.
A car.
My brother liked cars. He had a lot of cars.
Al collected cars. I wouldn't even know how many cars we owned. One time I sent Al down to pick up food from Burger King 3 blocks away. He comes back with a car. He saw it on the side of the road, paid cash for it, and brought home a new car. It was like, okay, here's your hamburgers and a car. So that was a typical thing Al did.
Can I wait inside?
You don't want to go in there. It smells terrible. I just stripped all the floors.
All right.
Ken waited around for several hours, and when Al still did not return, he left to head home. He did stop along the way and call to try and get a hold of his brother, but Fred Fulford again told him that he had not returned yet.
And when Ken calls the next day, it's Fred who answers once again.
Hello?
Can I speak to Al?
Sorry, Ken. He's already gone on a trip.
Did you tell him I wanted to speak with him?
He left before I had a chance to see him.
That's impossible.
Sorry.
I figured he was doing something somewhere else, and he either forgot he had the appointment with me, or he got, tied up doing something else with somebody else. So.
Stevie is next in line to call.
Fred answered the phone, and I said, well, I need to talk to Al, and he said, oh, he's not here. And I said, well, have him give me a call. And this went on for 3 days. But I'm up against the deadline because I leave on Saturday, and Al's supposed to be back by then, and I don't know where he is, and I don't understand why he's not returning my phone call. And now I'm starting to get angry. And I took off for Mexico with my family without Al, not knowing where he was. And that was highly unusual.
Weeks later, when Stevie returns home, there's still no word from Al. So she calls a mutual friend.
After we got everything in the house, the first thing I did was I picked up the phone and I called Sam Sherman.
Hello? Sam. Stevie, hey.
Where's Al? Do you know?
What? I thought he was with you in Mexico.
It becomes clear no one knows where Al is.
I gotta go.
Stevie?
Finally, a desperate Ken goes to the authorities.
Ken had contacted the police department and was very upset about the fact that his brother wouldn't normally just disappear like that.
Everything came back up. Nobody had seen him. Like he vanished.
As investigators search Al's home for leads, they discover something is missing. Something big.
Officer, there was a jacuzzi here, mister. I love to take jacuzzi all the time.
He had 2 jacuzzis, one in the pool and one in the house. And he was always proud of that one in the house.
Al would never have removed that jacuzzi.
Ms. Garcia was able to explain that in the mid part of June, some gentleman had removed the jacuzzi.
And in its place, freshly laid tile.
He said, when someone's missing and you see fresh cement, you go, I wonder.
Detective Anderson then felt that, well, maybe Al Adamson didn't leave the property.
They started digging.
On August 4th, after hours of digging through 15 inches of concrete, they strike something that's neither concrete nor dirt.
And then we found a layer of thin-set mortar. The outline of this layer was almost as if a person was laying on their side in a semi-fetal position.
Under the fresh concrete, detectives discover human remains.
There was chemicals placed to try to deteriorate the composition of the body.
They couldn't do a positive ID until they had the dental records.
They find a match. It's Al Adamson.
They found my brother, and I cried for 3 days.
Es triste. Porque él venía y me dijo, estaba envuelto en la sobrecama que le compraste.
It was horrifying, horrifying. There's no emotion. Your life stops. It just stops. After they found the body, they had to try to figure out who could have done something like this.
Police first look at the man claiming to be the ranch's new owner.
Ya estaba preocupada, pero cuando empecé a preocuparme más fue cuando Fred se fue y dejó al señor ahí.
But when the police speak with him, he claims he's simply been hired by Fred to look after things.
Listen, whatever it is you're looking into, I got nothing to do with it. Fred Fulford, he hired me to look after the place. It's a big place. I'm doing my best.
Y entonces yo dije, oh Dios mío, algo fuerte está pasando aquí.
Investigators turn to Al's financial records for any potential leads. They learn there have been both deposits and withdrawals made on Al's account since he's been missing.
We were able to identify the person that cashed both of those checks.
And it's not someone they recognize, leaving detectives to wonder just who is the stranger with Al's checks. Horror movie director Al Adamson has been found dead, buried in his own home in Indio, California. Investigators turn to bank records to search for clues to his whereabouts.
Since the last time Mr. Adamson had been heard from, there had been 2 deposits into his bank account totaling over $7,000.
Al had moved money from one of his holding accounts into another and then made a withdrawal. But he's not the one who makes the transaction.
Looking at the video from the bank, we were able to identify the person that cashed both of those checks as a Mr. Larry Petrie.
Larry Petrie is one of the workers hired to help out with the house renovations.
But this whole section here needs to be replastered on this side.
As police search for Larry Petrie, suspicion shifts again.
Larry Petrie's been gone for days.
We learned that both checks were signed on the back with the name of Al Adamson, but in looking at the security video from the bank, we were able to determine that it was not Mr. Adamson, that it was in fact Fred Fulford that deposited those checks.
Police track Fulford to St. Petersburg, Florida, and when they find him, his motive soon becomes clear.
No, I don't care. We have.
Step out of the booth, please.
He denied that he had killed Al.
Before, I was in the middle of a phone call. What do you want?
The credit cards belonging to Al Adamson was seized at the hotel. Documents with Al Adamson's information on there. The cars that belong to Al Adamson, high-end cars like a Mercedes, was located there in Florida and being sold through a relative of Fred Fulford.
He tried to explain that the cars that he took, he had paperwork showing that Al had given those cars to him in lieu of payment for the work he had done. Fred was charged with first-degree homicide for the murdering of Mr. Adamson, for forgery, and then 4 counts of grand theft auto for the taking of 4 cars that belonged to Mr. Adamson.
Fred was in denial a lot of this time. It's not like as if he had a guilty look on him. He just was frustrated that it ended this way.
Larry Petrie is eventually cleared of any wrongdoing.
When we were able to get a hold of Mr. Petrie, he explained that Fred Fulford had written the checks to him and wanted him to cash them, allegedly because he did not have the appropriate ID to cash them.
Fred Fulford was going to the mailbox and getting the mail so Al wouldn't see the receipts or the bills from the credit card company.
Fred's extradited to California in November. On the journey back, Detective Lopez notes yet another odd thing about Fred.
I flew back to Florida to bring Fred back to California. As I looked down the hallway and I saw Fred wearing a suit, but it was very saggy. It was Al Adamson's suit. Fred really thought that he could step into Al's life. Having worked more than 1,000 murders, I've really never encountered anybody who would do something like that.
Do I think Fred Fulford was trying to emulate Al? Al had been a movie director, and movie directors are attractive to people. And I think he got a respect or attention that Fred Fulford could never buy for himself, and I think he kind of liked that.
When the case goes to trial on October 5th, 1999, the prosecution paints a picture of what happened that night.
Something we need to talk about? You gave me the credit card.
Please, I would love to see the receipts.
Yeah, okay, fine. Work it up.
It's all strangely familiar.
It's very eerie because the script I'd sent Al, the lead character in that film had been killed the same way. And that script was on Fred Fulford's nightstand in his bedroom because Fred was always getting the mail.
Fred knew he was going to be fired and was going to lose it all. When people murder somebody, they will generally use tools that they're most familiar with. Fred had to make a decision, walk away or try to take whatever he could, and the only way to do that was to kill Adamson.
Fred then hires 2 men to dig up the jacuzzi, then covers Al's body with 42 inches of cement before laying down fresh tile, where it will stay buried until the excavation weeks later. It takes the jury less than 2 hours to find Fred guilty of first-degree murder. He's given 25 years to life.
I would have liked to see him hung or shot. Not overly happy about that whole situation.
I wanted the death penalty. I never believed in it before this happened.
A lot of people have said Al Adamson was murdered because he made all those horrific films, horror films and angry films and films about lust and murder and pillage. Al wasn't that way at all. What do I miss the most about Al Adamson is his love of life. The last person I expected to be murdered was Al Adamson. And I've not overcome it.
Yo pienso que todos los que hacen una película dejan una parte de su corazón y de su vida.
Although he was kind of, I'd say sort of a straight arrow, he was still full of magic, and he brought a lot of magic people together for his films. And I miss that very, very much.
I'm still not over it. I don't even, I can't get too close to too many people anymore.
He was such a unique person. You always felt like you were a better person when you left him.
There's a brand new house in the gated community of Lutz, Florida.
We kept pinching ourselves when we moved in there. It was like, is this our house?
But in just a few months, this sunny home becomes the scene of unspeakable horror.
Oh my gosh, it was horrific. It was horrific.
I couldn't believe it. It was just surreal.
Sometimes evil worms its way into our homes.
It's like a moment in a dream. You said, this can't be real. This cannot have happened.
On November 1st, 2006, police answer a desperate 911 call.
As I'm walking up the driveway, I can see what appears to be blood from the doorway to the center of the driveway. There's actually drag marks of that blood going from one area of the house to another area of the house.
You want to think the best, but we were thinking somebody was hurt really bad.
What police quickly find is that 2 people are missing.
There was a big urgency in trying to locate them immediately.
What could have led to a bloodbath in this quiet neighborhood? In 1997, 38-year-old Galen Eugene Thurno, Gene to his friends, moves to Columbus, Nebraska.
He was from the Kansas City area. His father worked there. He had one sister who he adores, and another older brother and a younger brother.
We were a conservative family, had a great childhood, all of us.
After a stint in the Air Force, Gene takes on a job as an air traffic controller.
He could handle a lot of the stress, things like that, and that's something that he decided to go for.
Thanks a lot, buddy.
At the Columbus Flight Service Station, Gene fits right in.
Gene was a very nice individual. He was one of these guys that if you were going to go out and lay sod, we'll say, hey, you need some help, I'll be over.
And in this kind of tight-knit group, fitting in is important.
You become a member of a very small, minute team. You have camaraderie. You will know those people for the rest of your life.
Another new member of the crew is 39-year-old Bob Peterson.
Hey, what are you doing in our neck of the woods?
They both came about the same time. Bob was already an air traffic control specialist. He had transferred to Columbus, Nebraska because his father owned a farm, and he used to go home and help his father do the farming.
Do you want some? Go ahead, thanks.
Bob doesn't fit in with the gang nearly as well as Gene.
Bob was a quiet individual, not that he wouldn't speak to you.
Bob, I would have to describe as kind of a loner. He was just a quiet, nice guy.
Bob was a guy who liked to work by himself. And the mid-watch, which works from midnight to 8 generally, was his favorite watch.
Most people hate the loneliness of the night watch, but it suits Bob just fine.
You scared the living daylights out of me.
Should have seen your face. Oh, I got you there, didn't I? Hey, look at this. Got a picture of my family here. Oh, wow.
Oh, I love that breed.
Introverted as he is, Bob bonds with Gene over their love of dogs.
The pretty one there in the middle, that's Princess. She's my youngest one.
Gene had Dachshunds, and he bred them, and they had puppies.
Can I have one? If you're a good home for my puppies, I'm more than happy to give you one.
He loved puppies, too. He was always talking about his puppies.
Gene loved his dogs. They didn't eat out of a bowl. They didn't, have their dog food. He had plates for them, and they ate whatever he ate. And they were his babies. He loved them to death.
Gene's easy for Bob to get to know.
He was one of these guys that would sit there and talk to you during the free time at work.
You come over to my place, I'll introduce you to the mother, and you can pick a puppy.
While things at work are going well, Gene's home life isn't quite so happy. His marriage to wife Sherry is headed toward divorce.
He was married about 20 years.
Gene gave her all the love that he could.
Sherry, you can't be doing this. I think
She just wasn't able to give back. She was a nice person, but also a selfish person.
Gene, it's over.
The final straw, her ex-husband had come back and promised her the world and that he would take care of her, and so she went away.
He had some close friends that were essential for him getting through all this. Because obviously divorce was not what he wanted, but it was a difficult decision for him to come to.
Sherry.
His divorce comes as no shock to his co-workers. There are few secrets in this tight-knit world.
It did not surprise me that they split up and went separate ways.
Women, huh?
Everybody had to concentrate on convincing him that he needed a new life.
That's really good news.
January 2002, Gene asks for a transfer to St. Petersburg, Florida.
Part of the draw to get to St. Pete was just to be around family. It was like a breakaway, a new start.
What's going on? Hey, I'm being transferred to Florida. Sunshine, I can't believe it.
Gene's transfer will leave a hole in this close community.
It's great. Congratulations. Thanks.
Gene seemed like one of Bob's only friends.
It doesn't take Gene long to find a new home. And soon, he starts looking for something else. A new love.
It was very helpful to find somebody. He just wanted somebody that would love him as much as he could love them.
Things are also looking up at his new job at the Flight Service Center in St. Petersburg.
He transferred to us as an air traffic control specialist, and he worked out just perfectly at our job.
As always, Gene gets along with everyone.
Just a wonderful gentleman.
Oh, this is your desk.
Great guy to work with. Just a real good person.
JJ, this is Gene, our new transplant from Nebraska.
We already met.
We have.
But it's not quite love at first sight for 43-year-old Juanita, or JJ to friends, a fellow air traffic controller.
Gene came January after 9/11, and after that event, there was heightened security. Someone else was coming in, one coworker, and then Gene was right behind him, like to piggyback, and it's like, whoa.
Who are you?
I'm Gene Thurnow. I just started today.
Where's your badge?
Yeah, sorry. Right here.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
That was the first time I met him, when his first day at work. I challenged him, as they called it, so.
JJ's on edge for a reason. She's having a hard time with her husband.
We'd been married 20 years, 3 children. He was just a very controlling person.
JJ, would you happen to have a stapler?
Oh, of course. Here it is. Oh, sorry.
The pair become fast friends, but with just a hint of something else.
We're talking about where we came from and everything. He had just gotten divorced. I was close to going through one, and so we kind of, shared that.
I would watch her sit next to him, and she would kind of talk to him, and he'd say something, and she'd giggle, and then that would be that I could see that connection.
But even with love knocking at the door, Gene is soon haunted by his past in Nebraska.
Anytime you're going to move out of state for someone, that has definitely gone into full obsession mode.
Gene Thurnow is starting a new life in Florida, far away from a disastrous marriage in Nebraska. But his past is about to catch up with him. It starts with a strange letter from his old co-worker, Bob Peterson.
Bob had sent him pictures of the apartment that he was in when it was empty.
And it's not just these photos. His ex-wife Sherry won't leave him alone.
He was starting to get a little tormented because now she was talking about coming back or coming to move in with him, and I felt he was feeling a lot of pressure about that.
But Gene is resolved to start afresh. He starts building a new house in Ellendon.
Very nice community, I would say, middle to upper class community. The homes in that area were in the $300,000 to $400,000 range.
I'm sure you'll find everybody friendly.
During the construction of his new home, the past becomes the present when a familiar face appears.
Bob! Hey! How the heck are you doing, buddy? Good, good.
When Bob got a transfer to St. Petersburg, we did not think it odd at all. We figured he was doing it for his career.
A freshly minted Floridian, Bob needs a place to live. His timing is perfect.
That's better. No running with scissors, right?
Gene had just built his new house, so he was vacating a rental property.
I love it, you know, home sweet home, right? And the dogs.
So Bob did move into the rental home that Gene had had.
I went to check out the way they built before.
Bob settles into Gene's old place and his own new life.
Yeah, no, it's great.
But little else has changed.
I never saw him interact and take part in the social kind of activities.
He was just very quiet. You kind of didn't know he was there. I mean, he got trained, and when he sat down, he pretty much kept to himself.
Yeah, I know. We have to go back to work, I guess. I'll just leave it there if you guys want to take a look at it. They've got, like, really good models in there.
JJ is one of Bob's first new work friends.
When you're done with the newspaper, could I read it?
JJ is going to make you feel comfortable no matter who you are.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll drop it off just right after I'm done.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
From that day on, when I would come into work, he would have the newspaper at my desk. He had already read it, but he would have perfectly folded it back in the same creases that it was, and it'd be sitting there waiting for me.
And JJ has more on her mind than helping Bob fit in. Her marriage is over.
Divorce is a terrible thing. Okay, but I usually always say sometimes divorce can be a good thing too, so in this case it was.
Actually, I'm kind of relieved now.
She turns to Gene.
She had a bad, divorce, similar to what Gene had gone through. And that was something I believe that helped them relate together even more.
What about Sherry? I heard about
Gene gets some bad news of his own about his ex, Sherry.
Her health was failing, and she had passed away.
She's in God's hand now.
It's a shock, but Gene finds solace in the new life and the new home he's building.
I couldn't help noticing that, do you do stained glass?
He throws himself into decorating his new home.
I'm looking for someone to do a stained glass door.
He goes, "Can you make me stained glass doors?" I'm like, "Whoa, yeah."
Why not? Yeah.
That's how we started, spending more time together.
After JJ's divorce is finalized, 2 years after Gene moved to St. Pete, he steps up and asks her on a proper date.
It wasn't too long, and he was already saying he thinks he may have found the one.
Since coming to Florida, Gene has returned to his faith and is a devout Christian, something JJ finds compelling.
Faith played a large role in our family. Gene originally is who got her back into church and went to church with her and made it such a part of their life.
Sorry, guys. I'm late.
Faith also connects Gene and JJ to their co-worker, Bob.
We would work Sundays, and we would go to church just down the road, and Bob would frequently go with us.
Bob even begins to emerge from his shell.
We would have Secret Santa at work, where we try to limit it to like $10, $15 a gift. But one time, Bob got a name of a coworker.
I got that for you.
He went out and got her like a $100 gift card at the grocery store.
I hope you like that store.
Bob would be the first one to go around. "Hey, I got my truck. I'll go get the Christmas tree." He would always be like volunteering in that capacity and very generous in those things.
Bob is also helpful in other ways. He does everything he can to encourage Gene and JJ's relationship.
I was thinking that maybe we could switch shifts. I can take your shift tonight, and you could work mine tomorrow.
What for?
You can work all day tomorrow beside Gene.
Gene and I didn't work the same hours, so he would say, hey, do you want me to work that 10 o'clock shift or that 3 o'clock shift for you so you could work with Gene?
Thanks, buddy. Happy holidays.
Such a wonder to have him around.
You should have seen your face. It's absolutely priceless.
Hey, look what you got.
Around this time, Gene gets a card, but not from JJ.
Look at this. It's so funny.
He had gotten a card from Bob denoting a anniversary, and it could have been, you know, when they started working together, and it had some very nice, sincere writing on it, thinking about you, best friend or whatever. It wasn't just like a guy kind of slap on the back kind of thing card. It was a, you know, just, yeah, it did not make Gene feel very comfortable at all.
It's just so...
The card is curious, but Gene and JJ are preoccupied with their own relationship issues. Gene's religious awakening has redefined his dating habits.
JJ, no, JJ.
This man loves me, but he stopped dating me because we're having physical relationships, and that's not God's way. That's not the Christian lifestyle that he wants to have as a part of his future, because the other ways didn't work before.
Gene decides to break it off, but he can't seem to stay away from JJ. Bob notices.
Hey, Gene. What's going on there? I thought you and JJ broke up. Oh, we're not dating anymore, but you know we're still talking. We're friends and all. Why were you over at her house this morning? How do you know that? Just took a detour on the way in today, and I saw your car in her driveway.
It's all right.
Okay, he's just a little odd. He's just bored and driving around the neighborhoods and, you know.
The breakup doesn't last long, and in April 2005, Gene takes a bold step.
Do you mind keeping an eye on her for a second? I just need to go get something.
Yeah, just love her good.
After work, I followed him to his house. I was kind of waiting for him to start picking out a movie.
JJ, if you don't mind standing up just for a second, I want to check something.
And then he goes in the bedroom and he comes back out.
What?
Just...
And handing me a box. There's a note folded up really small and shoved into where the ring is supposed to be. I was just like overwhelmed. I'm like, really? I mean, I was floored. I was crying.
Gene proposed. And I said yes.
They were very happy for us because they cared about us and they wanted to see something good happen, and we'd gone through a lot.
Thank you, sweetheart.
But not everyone is happy about the upcoming nuptials.
I heard from JJ that Bob was less enthused about their wedding, that he was not as happy for them.
The forecast, plenty of sunshine through today with seasonal temperatures. We should reach our...
He gave us this beautiful vase. It was a crystal Waterford vase. It was a limited edition, and I think the value was like $600 something, and it was like, whoa, okay, thank you, Bob.
So by the wedding day, any ill feelings are swept away.
We did it at Gene's house. It was just so quaint and beautiful, and then the next day we went down to Key West for our honeymoon.
With the knot now securely tied, Gene and JJ are ready for a new place, together.
We decided that we were going to sell Gene's house and my current house and then build our own.
They were building a beautiful home, very nice community. That subdivision was a newer subdivision at the time. Homes were just going in. It was a gated community.
It's not just a new house in a safe community. It's their dream home.
This is going to be our sanctuary. We're going to raise kids here. We're going to live here. We're going to retire here. We're going to celebrate it with our family.
Gene puts his current house on the market.
So what's the temperature of the pool now?
Oh, it's probably around 78 or something.
And Bob's the first in line to visit.
Mind if I take a dip? Mind if I indulge?
Oh, yeah, why not? Sure, go right ahead.
He thought it was going to be like a day lounging around the pool, but Gene and I, we had other things planned for the rest of the day, so he seemed a little disappointed that we weren't enjoying the pool too.
Hey, look, you know, I know I already rented your apartment, and would it be weird for me to maybe suggest that I might be in the market for this house?
Oh, wow.
Taking it off your hands?
Why would that be weird? It's a beautiful house.
Bob bought his house at the asking price. And I thought, in that day's market, that's awfully generous of him because, you know, you could get houses much less than what the people asked for.
In fact, Bob loves it so much that he requests that the home come with all its furnishings. And so Gene sells everything to Bob.
It was a model house. It was perfection. You wouldn't want to have changed a thing.
Bob thinks he's bought everything. But when he sees that the bedroom linens and bedspread are not included, he's disappointed.
He went in there expecting to get like the bed totally made with pillows and sheets, and it was like, no.
It's like, why does he want these personal items, these things that are so so intimate?
I wrote out, okay, I don't know if Bob's had a house before, you know, maybe he just doesn't get it.
And Bob's behavior, already odd at times, is about to get even stranger.
It was, you know, such clear evidence that he was keeping really close tabs on them.
After months of construction, Gene and J.J. Thurneau's dream house is finally finished.
We kept pinching ourselves when we moved in there. It was like, is this our house?
As both have had tumultuous marriages, they swear this time and this house will be different.
Look what I have.
It's the picture. Oh, it's absolutely perfect. Oh.
We were not going to have any kind of negative feelings in this house. There was not going to be any arguing or yelling. We were looking forward to inviting lots of people and friends over to share that with him.
Bob's also been busy. He comes to work one day in the last week of October to show off his new baby, a shiny new car.
I almost went with the stick, but I stuck with the automatic, the guy.
So he is showing Gene the car, and at that time, it had the GPS in it. Bob was showing him how he had typed in all of the coworkers' addresses, and he had physically gone around to see like where everybody lived.
You have to see Margaret's place. It's humongous. It's like a mansion, like a palace.
You've been there?
Well, I'm not inside, no. I've driven by it a bunch of times.
He's single, he's odd, he's lonely, all right, you know.
Look at this. Yeah.
22.
Yeah.
Then at that time, too, he also showed Gene a gun he had in his glove box.
Yeah. I'll just take that. Thanks. Back off. Yeah, this is my baby, my two babies. Never know when you're gonna need protection, right?
Tell me about it.
Bob came from a farm. Gene, you know, he'd been hunting and stuff, so I didn't think anything to be excited about it. These guys were used to being around guns.
But Bob isn't content to show off his new toys. He wants an invitation to see Gene and JJ's new home, and he's not shy about it.
Hi, Bob. How are you?
Good, yeah.
Oh.
Still $1 million short of being a millionaire. No, I'm good. Look, I was just calling because I didn't hear back from you and Gene about coming over to see the new place.
Oh, one sec. I'll check with Gene.
Yeah, go ahead, ask him. I don't mind waiting.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, yeah, I guess that'll be okay.
Well, how about November the 1st? You know, I think that's a good day for everyone. We all get off at the same time. I can just head over right after work.
Okay, great.
Okay, then. All right, you guys have a good night.
He says he has a present he's just dying to give them.
He kept saying, oh, I got this awesome housewarming gift idea for you guys. You're not gonna believe it.
On November 1st, the three head for the new house.
So, Bob, you're gonna follow us?
I know where it is. GPS.
What they don't know is that Bob knows the route by heart, even without his GPS.
You see the pool right there, so.
When they finally arrive, Gene proudly gives Bob the grand tour.
You want some pizza?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Hey!
The three chat for a bit, but JJ is restless and keen to get on with their night.
Gene and I had plans. We had a list of things to do. We were just expecting Bob's visit to be kind of short.
Would you like something else?
Yeah, sure. Why don't we have some tequila?
What about iced tea?
I offered him several beverages, thinking he was done, and it was always something different. He just kind of kept lingering.
Bob finally gets up.
I'll be right back. Okay.
But only to grab something from his car.
He wanted to show us the gift that he had anxiously and carefully prepared.
That's for you guys. The ultimate housewarming gift.
It's a 50-page leather-bound photo album. It's stocked with photos of JJ and Gene's house through its various construction stages.
You get every detail, every picture of their house from groundbreaking on up, of their house being built.
Oh my gosh, this is a picture of the lot before we built it.
Yeah, before you just broke ground, so.
Obviously, he had been there quite a bit and knew exactly where they were and what was going on and how the house was laid out.
Wow, what do you say to that? You know, he was so excited about it, and it's like, okay.
It was just a pet project, a passion project, so I wanted to see it through right.
Oh, well, thank you, Bob.
I'm trying to be polite, and I get to the back of the book, and it's after the house is completed.
That one right there that was just a couple of days ago.
Bob continued to take pictures of our home even after we moved in because you could see our furniture there.
It was, such clear evidence that he was driving by all the time and that he was keeping really close tabs on them.
The couple doesn't have much of a chance to react. Within minutes, there's an unexpected knock at the door.
It's my daughter.
JJ and her daughter have to run an errand.
Hey, darling, I gotta go. I'll be back in an hour. Thanks for the gift, Bob. I love you.
I love you too.
When JJ leaves the house, Bob follows her out.
I just thought maybe he thought his car was blocking us, and I was like, no, we're fine. But he went straight to his car, and then Cassie and I left, so I don't know what he was going for. He was getting something out of his car.
What JJ doesn't know is Bob has something else for Gene, something he's been obsessing over for years.
I started thinking about how this could not be a very good ending.
After JJ Thurno leaves her dream home to run errands with her daughter, Bob Peterson goes to his car to get something. And this time, it's not a present.
He had actually typed out a letter.
It's actually a kind of confession.
Thanks.
Dear Gene, I have tried to say this to your face, but I always chicken out. I guess I really am a coward. That's why I'm writing this letter instead. I get the impression that most people think that I'm gay. To be honest, I don't know what I am.
Gene is stunned as he continues to read.
Between the ages of 19 and 25, I had sex with 25 different men, yet I wasn't in love with any of them. Never been in love with another man until I met you. Do you believe in love at first sight, Gene?
Bob decided he was gonna tell Gene about his true feelings.
I envy JJ. She can see you and touch your naked body every day. Gene, I love you with all my heart and soul, and I only want to bring you pleasure. I know how good it feels. From personal experience all those years ago, I realize that this goes against the teaching of the Bible, and I've already asked God's forgiveness, and I know He will forgive you also.
Gene's shock turns to anger when he reads,
I'm not leaving your home until you let me taste your manhood.
Bob, is this a joke?
No, I wanted to tell you this for a long time.
Bob, this is not funny. You're gonna have to leave now.
I'm not going anywhere, Gene.
No. Bob, I want you to grab your jacket and get out of my house.
No.
Now.
No, Gene, look, I know that you're scared, but you don't have to be, okay? You don't have to be afraid. JJ doesn't have to know. We can be together. No!
Gene was gentle and kind, but he also wasn't a wimp. He wasn't going to let somebody impose on him like that.
When JJ returns, she's relieved to discover Bob's car is gone. But he's left something in his wake.
I see these dark red marks on the driveway that lead to the front door. Well, our front door is maroon. One of our projects was to touch up the front door because chips of paint had come off, and I thought, oh, Gene is starting to do some of our to-do list.
The door is unlocked.
Honey, Gene? You home? Gene?
Then she sees something odd on the floor.
It was so wet, and the reflection from the light, it just looked really fluorescent. And I remember reaching down and touching it, and it was wet, and I actually wiped it on my pants.
But this wet red liquid isn't paint.
What it was blood.
The trail leads toward the Christmas tree, where she also sees Gene's shirt.
And I see the shirt, and it's bloody, and there's more blood over there. And it's like, it's just so odd how your mind works with you, how it kind of, oh, it's not what you think. No, it's something else. It's something else. Oh, maybe Gene was trying to put in the stained glass doors, and somebody got cut. Oh, maybe that's it, because that was the shirt he was wearing. Maybe, oh my gosh, maybe they're at the hospital.
JJ calls Gene's cell.
I hear this vibration, and it's coming from underneath the Christmas tree. And I go to look, and it's Gene's pants. I see his shoes and his socks, and I see his underwear.
She tries to call Bob, trying to figure out what's going on, what happened.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail of Bob Peterson. I'm not in right now to take the call, but if you leave a message at the tone, I'll...
Panicked, she calls 911.
Oh, sorry. Here and there's blood on the floor, and yes.
It's then that she spies the letter addressed to Gene.
The note was half folded, put into an envelope.
So I'm reading that letter when I have the dispatch on the phone, and it's like, he wanted to rape my husband. Oh my gosh, it was horrific. It was horrific.
Then she makes an even more shocking discovery.
And then I'm like, oh my God. I started thinking about how this could not be a very good ending.
The police arrive in a matter of minutes.
As I'm walking up the driveway, I can see what appears to be like almost a drag mark of blood coming from the doorway to the center of the driveway. We walk into the front door, there's actually drag marks of that blood going from one area of the house to another area of the house. We see an unfired bullet on the floor.
The police issue a missing persons alert, but no one thinks Bob and Jean are just missing.
You want to think the best, but we were thinking somebody was hurt really bad, not knowing which one. Could have went either way.
There was a big urgency in trying to locate him immediately.
The home is considered a crime scene, and investigators work throughout the night. JJ's not allowed back until the next morning. She's not alone long. By the afternoon, she's surrounded by family.
I was at work when I first got the call from JJ. I left work immediately, and I called my sister and had her call my brother and my parents from there. And then we all headed up to their house.
I just remember family members started showing up.
Meanwhile, one of the first places the police check is Bob's house, Jean's old house.
It didn't appear anybody was there.
Actually, the home looked like it had barely been lived in.
The search stalls until suddenly they catch an unexpected break.
I had spoken to Bob's brother. He had mentioned that at one point Bob had lived in Safety Harbor area. He had said that he didn't know he'd even had the new house yet down in Ellington.
The address isn't familiar to JJ or anyone from their work.
Bob by Jean's home. Why would he have another home?
Me and Lieutenant Seltzer went down to check the address.
We start looking at the house before we knock on the door, because again, we know somebody was shot. We have to be tactical. There's the Pontiac that belonged to Bob in the garage.
The car door was open, and you could see the blood in the passenger's compartment, and then blood going from the garage door into the house.
We went around, we did another check of the home, and while we were checking out the rear of the home by the sliding glass door, there was a smell that was coming from the residence. This house was a lot different than the house in Ellington. You would never know that the same person lived in either home. This house was just dirty, not well decorated. The kitchen was dirty, there was very little furniture in the home, and there was a mattress in front of a TV. We had found a lot of gay pornography, male-on-male pornography, a lot of sex toys.
When they enter the master bedroom, they quickly find the source of a horrible smell that pervades the house. Jean Thurno and Bob Peterson are missing, leaving behind a bloodbath. Police head to a secret house Bob has in Safety Harbor, Florida, where they make a horrifying discovery.
Bob was lying in bed. He had a gunshot wound to the head.
And Bob isn't alone.
We find, unfortunately, Jean on the floor, naked and deceased.
It appeared he had 2 gunshots to the head.
That's not his only injury.
An inspection of the body revealed that Bob had removed Jean's private parts.
The news JJ has been both desperate for and dreading for 2 excruciating days finally comes.
November 3rd comes up, it's in the morning, and Detective Seltzer comes in.
Mrs. Thurno, I'm sorry. We found them both. They're both dead.
And it's, you know, it doesn't it still doesn't like click, and it doesn't click.
I'm sorry.
But why did Bob kill Gene, the man he claimed to love? The police have a theory.
Enough! Take your jacket and get the heck out of my house! And one more thing. Just stay right there!
After Gene rejected Bob, he snapped.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is no joke, Gene.
He thought to bring a gun with him. He must have played that out, that this may not go well. What am I gonna do if he rejects me?
You stop now, Gene, or it ends tonight. Accept it. Stop!
Okay, all right. Bob, okay, just relax, buddy, okay? It's all good, okay? Let's talk about it, okay? Listen to me, okay? We'll talk about it, all right? Just lower the gun now. We'll talk about it, okay? Just relax, buddy, okay?
Why did you do that?
I think Bob loved Gene, but I think he could not deal with Gene loving somebody else. His way of thinking was, you're going to be mine or nobody's.
I think he died fairly quickly. He was shot twice, extensive injuries.
I truly believe if Juanita had been there, he would have killed her as well.
And why he removed Gene's genitals remains unclear.
We found the razor blade that had been used to remove them.
Police search, but find nothing.
I mean, we checked everywhere. Even the medical examiner's report, we checked stomach contents, other cavities, wasn't there. There was one drop of blood on the toilet. Whether it was flushed, we don't know.
In the end, Bob took the same gun he used to kill Gene to end his own anguish once and for all.
He ended his life, which is a sad thing too, because there was a really good part about Bob. It was a little bit odd, but he had a heart, and he was giving and caring. There was just another side to him that was unbalanced that he fought with.
Even in the wake of this horror, JJ has found solace in one thing Bob couldn't take from her: her faith.
God's strength and mercy has gotten me through it. And that was the only thing I had to hold on to. They did a beautiful job at the house. He took away my future with my husband, my home. How can you hate somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, who is not thinking right? How can you hold him accountable for that? I think that he was just so tortured.
For Gene's family, forgiveness remains elusive.
I still don't know if I've actually said it myself that I forgive him. There's still no closure to it for me.
For JJ, forgiving doesn't mean forgetting.
I was ever so blessed at being around Gene, to see that kind of light, to see that type of person, to be exposed to that person. He's still my inspiration as to how I want my life led. Even though he's not here, he's still kind of here, so.
This small, happy Florida home is filled with love and laughter.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much.
It was just a loving neighborhood.
But sometimes, pretty things are rotten on the inside.
It was someone that they trusted, that they let come into their home.
And when you let a stranger into your home, evil may not be far behind.
They were completely taken advantage of in the worst, horrible way that a person can imagine.
That sweet smile with the evil behind it.
It's a day like any other in Tampa, Florida, when Don Mallory rises at dawn and slips outside for a cigarette. He's careful not to wake his wife, Jana, or their elderly neighbor, Peggy Merman, who's staying with them. As a matter of routine, Don checks in on Peggy.
Peggy. Jana. You gals up? Jana, you in here?
Oh there, cowboy. Why are you so jumpy?
Peggy up yet?
I don't know.
Peggy? 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 Jana! Jana, call 911!
What's wrong?
Just call 911!
When he woke up in the morning and had gone to check on her, he noticed that she was cold and stiff.
Donald called 911, and medical crew was sent.
The paramedics try to bring Peggy back from the brink, but there's little they can do.
There was an initial pronouncement of death by the fire rescue.
Jana breaks the news to Peggy's family.
I got it. Hello.
Janice, it's Jana.
Hi.
What's going on?
Honey, I'm sorry, but your mother's passed away.
I was stunned. At first I was in shock. I didn't believe what I had just heard. And I fell to my knees. I felt like somebody had hit me in the stomach with a sledgehammer.
She's dead. She's dead.
If it's an unattended death, which is basically out of the hospital or out of hospice, we get involved. That's why we're there. It's kind of I hate to use routine call, but it's routine for us.
Officer Perkins arrives there. His role is to see whether or not there are any signs of foul play, whether or not there's any sort of suspicious activity.
I was shaking her and there was nothing.
She was fine yesterday. I can't believe she's gone.
I'd like to check the room if that's okay. Yeah.
Of course.
He did not note anything that was out of the ordinary. No signs of a struggle, no signs of injury to Peggy.
She had significant health issues. She was old, she had a heart condition. She also had issues with her kidneys. I believe she had diabetes.
And it looked like more of a common circumstance we run into in Florida where people pass away.
It's a tragic day in this small community in South Tampa.
Her neighborhood was a South Hampton neighborhood. A lot of close-knit people. She'd lived there quite a few years. Everybody knew everybody. It's a community. It's not just a bunch of houses stuck there.
A community where neighbors help each other out. Take Peggy, for example. She's been living with Donald and Jana Mallory for the last few months.
She had degenerative bone disease.
She couldn't care for herself. She couldn't bathe herself. She couldn't feed herself.
It appears as though she went in her sleep.
I guess that's a blessing.
I'm sorry to bother you with this any further, ma'am, but there's still a few details I'd like to get about the state of Mrs. Merman's health.
Well, she was on a lot of medication for pain. She had a hard time walking, some kind of bone disease. So I would make her a protein shake every day.
When people think that there's a natural cause of death, then the cops talk it over with the county medical examiner's office, and they can choose to further examine the case or turn the body over to a funeral home, in which case the medical examiner never gets involved. Police never do a crime scene investigation.
No, it looks like she just passed. Probably don't need to send the examiner out.
As men from a local funeral home arrive to claim Peggy's body, Janice and Jana speak again.
Hello?
Hi, it's Janice.
I just wanted to know if you could go in and get her rings, especially the Marquise one.
My husband, who's a fire chief for, like 30-something years, and they always tell the firemen, leave the jewelry, with the family, because it's much better.
Mrs. Merman, her mom, always wore wedding rings. That was something valuable and precious to her mother.
I'm sorry, Janice, I can't. I can't see her like that.
Oh, Jana, I understand that, but look, that Marquise ring.
It was her wedding ring.
Hold on, I'll see if Dawn can go in. They're going to look for it. Janice, the rings are gone. What do you mean they're gone?
I had told her over the telephone, find them. And I told my husband, and he said, well, come on, we'll go down,
Janice prepares to make one last sad trip to her mother's house, an hour away. It's a place her mother loved and where she spent the last 17 years of her life. Peggy was a neighborhood icon, well known for her lively sense of humor and her style.
My mother was a character. She truly was. She had a great sense of humor.
Well, Peggy, she was outgoing person. She was very funny. When I first moved over there, she made me welcome me into the neighborhood.
The barbecue? Good.
She knew everyone in the area through the convenience store she ran with her second husband, Don.
How's the store today? Do we make millions?
If we did, I wouldn't tell you.
They'd been together about 15 years.
Her neighbors would often visit the loving couple.
Now, Jackie, I know I owe you something. So how much did this cost?
You don't owe me nothing. The only thing I want is this ring on your finger. Oh,
no. From my cold dead fingers, this is going to my grandchild. I've told you that before.
Not going to take it, don't you worry.
When Peggy undergoes a minor heart procedure, it's clear the elderly couple needs help. But there are some options she won't consider.
I'm so sorry you can't stay with us, Mom.
Oh, sweetheart. That's an impossible situation in your condition. It's all right.
The reason that she didn't live with me is I have Parkinson's, and I have a weight restriction to what I can actually lift and what I'm supposed to do, and I suffer migraines. That made it impossible for her to be with us because she did require the manual care that I could not give her.
That's lovely. That's lovely. I love my pillow.
She did not want to be in a nursing home. She wanted to be home. She wanted to be in her own home.
The aging couple faces some grave challenges.
It became a lot of work on my stepfather to take care of my mother as her illness progressed. And he wasn't in the greatest of health either.
I'll get out. It's okay.
And things are about to get much, much worse.
She was not very affectionate towards Mrs. Merman.
Why didn't I see that? Why? How did I miss that?
Facing escalating health problems, Florida couple Don and Peggy Merman are forced to admit they need help to survive. As the elderly couple struggles, Shelley Parker, a local woman, offers to lend a hand and moves into the small home in the autumn of 2005.
She was just a friend that, one, she needed a place to be, and they needed somebody to help. So it was a give and take, win-win situation.
Well, at the beginning, it was house cleaning, running chores, driving them around. As Donald got sicker, and then as Peggy got sicker, she became really more of a formal caregiver.
Shelley was a sweet lady. She truly was. She was an older lady. She was small in stature and size.
As Don and Peggy's needs escalate, the situation is barely manageable when tragedy strikes. Don Merman dies suddenly after a stroke in March of 2007.
It was devastating to my mother.
She was hurt because he was her company,
We're gonna manage without him.
My mother became more demanding. She became, I believe, fearful in a lot of ways.
I got it. Yeah, okay.
In time, and with Dawn's absence, Peggy's physical problems become overwhelming for Shelley.
Oh, Shelley, do you think you could go and get me some of those crackers that I like so much? Oh, thank you. You're a darling. Oh.
She was depressed. In fact, she took medication for it. She did suffer anxiety, and that put more stress on her, more stress on the household.
Luckily, the community pitches in when they can, and Peggy has no shortage of visitors.
Well, look, a young'un.
Miss Jackie lived across the street, and a lot of her girlfriends were friends with Mother. They would actually come get her, even when she lost her mobility.
Have you run out of coffee? What about you? Shelley! Shelley! My guests have no more coffee.
But not everyone is enjoying themselves.
You have to make more, darling. I'm coming already, okay?
I believe that my mother had gotten so used to being waited on by both Dawn and Shelley that she became accustomed to it. And when it was only Shelley, then it became overwhelming. And so they would argue.
I would like my pills now.
Well, where's the oxycodone, Peggy?
How on earth would I know?
You wouldn't be saving them for later now, would you?
What are you implying? Oh, just get out. I'm tired. Just get out now. I don't want you here no more.
Peggy Merman could sometimes be difficult with the people around her. She was sometimes combative.
I spoke with my mother about it, and it was asking her to be more patient with somebody that was trying to help her.
Peggy's care has become too much for Shelley to handle on her own.
Her and I had talked about it. Shelley, it's too much on you now. She's becoming too much of a handful for you.
So she offers up a solution, her friend Tony.
We gotta make this work.
He could help do manual stuff with her at night, get her up and down. Although she wasn't extremely heavy, she was still a lot heavier than Shelley was. So he was there to help.
I don't think that old woman wants us here.
Don't take it personally. She just likes to complain about everything.
Tony Smith moves in with his daughter Mary in tow, but the changes in the house make for even more attention.
The nerve of these people, unbelievable nerve.
Let me see.
Look.
What are you talking about?
Especially when Peggy spots a problem with her finances.
Because she was so aware of her finances and on top of her finances, she realized pretty quickly what was going on.
My mother called me and she said that there was money missing from her checking account.
It's a smattering of small purchases, things unlikely to be purchased by Peggy, a housebound woman.
I looked and sure enough, there was money missing. It was store transactions. It wasn't a cash, it was store transactions and places that she had not been.
You know, it's that Tony and Shelley. I mean, it's obvious that I haven't been eating out downtown. Not like I'm zipping around these days. Look.
Mom, I believe you.
And we thought that it was Shelley or her gentleman helping her towards the end. And maybe his daughter had taken and used the card. We didn't know.
Look, she can't do the job anyway. Let's just fire her.
What's going on, ladies?
I think we all know this isn't going so well, and we think it's time now that you just leave.
Peggy decides not to press charges.
Mrs. Merman was very independent. I don't think she would have allowed or basically aired out what was going on in her personal finances.
Even without criminal charges, there is bad blood on both sides.
She had been terminated from her employment. She left under a cloud of suspicion.
And a grudge can be a terrible burden.
She had no love lost for Mrs. Merman or for Mrs. Merman's daughter, Janice Roberts.
People can kill people out of revenge.
Despite being fleeced by her personal caregiver and the death of her husband, Peggy Merman is suddenly reinvigorated. She has something new to look forward to.
There was a family reunion that Mrs. Merman wanted to go to, and it was out of state.
Peggy has been working hard to be in top form to go to her native South Carolina and celebrate with her large family.
Oh, good.
Oh, it's people she never gets to see. I mean, our family is scattered to the four winds. She loved her family. She was a social butterfly with her family.
Oh, my, yes.
And this butterfly is determined to spread her wings.
Every single visit I had with her, she kept telling me, I want to walk, I want to walk, I want to walk. She was very determined.
As the date approaches, there's a hitch. Janice can't take her.
I could not go to a family reunion. I was in the middle of altering medications. Very hard on me. I mean, they make you sleep 18 hours a day. You feel like a walking zombie.
But just when hope is lost, the answer to her problems materializes right before her eyes.
I think that's very beneficial for you. Oh my goodness, there's Donald and Jana.
Lifelong bachelor Donald Mallory is one of Peggy's dearest neighbors.
He did enjoy life, and he always had pretty women that he saw, but never got really serious that I know of.
Until he unexpectedly ties the knot with Jana, a 40-year-old from Georgia.
He was a uppity man that you will think that he going to look for a woman that, classy.
Is that Don's new friend?
Jana may not be polished, but she's kind and very friendly.
When I first met Jana, I liked Jana. I met her at Mom's house.
I think it would do Mom a world of good to get to the reunion, but I just don't know how she could manage it.
You know what? I think me and Donald could help you out, right, babe?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Well, thank you. Oh my goodness.
It's the answer to the family's prayers.
So to have a woman and a man, to have his strength and, her ability to do more personal stuff being a female, I really felt was lucky. It was a godsend.
I guess this is one way I get to use this fancy Cadillac of yours.
Oh, Donald, you know this Cadillac is as good as yours. You could drive it any time. So pleased that you came, Carter. I'm so pleased with everybody that came, really, because, oops, oh dear.
Oh, let me help you with that.
Oh, Jenna, honey, you are too good to me. I'm going to get used to this.
Well, you should get used to it.
I'm going to try, I really am.
Do you want one of your protein shakes?
Oh, I'd love one, because to be honest, this is really not that
Oh,
great.
is it? I'm sorry about that.
This lifted her spirits completely. Going on vacation to the family reunion was just like a shot in the arm of happy, and she was just like a whole new person. It was great.
After the reunion, Peggy is thrilled when Dawn and Jana's help continues.
Oh, my. What are they doing to my beautiful house?
When she's faced with retrofitting her home to accommodate her wheelchair, they generously offer to take her in.
Is that really necessary? It's very disruptive.
What starts as a small fix becomes much more. When Peggy applies for a reverse mortgage to fund the renovations, contractors find a problem.
In order to get the reverse mortgage, they needed to do some mold abatements.
Oh, honey, you can't live like that. It's hard enough for you to manage in your situation. No, you stay here as long as you want.
Oh, Jana, that is so very generous of you. Thank you.
The renovation work should only take a few days.
It'll just be for the couple weeks, and it was great, wonderful, no problem.
For Peggy, staying in Jana's house is the perfect solution.
She seemed like she was the answer to our need at the moment, and it was a real need.
But 2 months pass with no end to the renovations in sight.
It wasn't like a team going in and going, oh, look, 3 days and we'll be in and out of here. It was kind of we'll get there when we can. We do a little bit in between because we're doing other jobs. So it dragged. It really did drag on.
Luckily, Jana is happy to remain Peggy's caregiver.
Hey, babe, how's it going?
Unfortunately, Donald isn't quite so accommodating. Taking care of Peggy is trying his patience and maybe even his marriage.
Don enjoyed life. He, when you have that many toys, there's a lot to do. I mean, you live in Tampa Bay and you have a boat. I mean, you live in Tampa Bay, you have a motorcycle.
What am I gonna do?
He likes good times, something the couple enjoyed before Peggy arrived.
Don, can you help me here?
Donald, who's now out of work, is facing his own battles
Don, can you help me?
and struggling to hang on to his house and toys.
Donald Mallory had been working just before Mrs. Merman moved into their home, had lost his job, and was no longer working at the time. They were in the process, I believe, of losing their home, their car, I believe there was a boat. There were all kinds of things that they were financing that they were no longer able to make payment on.
Meanwhile, Peggy's health starts to get worse. Her daughter Janice hasn't seen her in weeks.
When she went to Don and Janet's house, I didn't get to go because there was, again, not my home, not her home. In February, she called me and wished me happy birthday.
Janice? Hi, honey. Hi, honey. How are you? Honey bunny, it's your birthday.
My birthday is not in February. This is like going towards the end of February, and I'm going, Mom, my birthday's past, honey. It was, before. She goes, no, it's today, and I'm going, no. She sounded lethargic. You could tell that that she didn't have her full faculty.
Oh, happy birthday. La, 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 la.
She would take medication. What she took is extremely strong. So to know the type of medication she was on and to know that she was drugged was normal to a certain degree. I would just figure it was medication. I caught her at a bad time. I caught her right after, it's taking effect. So it just seemed normal to me that she was drugged.
But what seems normal at first soon seems bizarre.
It just kind of gave me a funny feeling in the pit of my stomach. I thought, that doesn't sound very right. I thought, oh my God, how could you go through that much money?
After spending a few months in the care of neighbors, Florida grandmother Peggy Merman has passed away. Her daughter, Janice, drives to South Tampa to start making funeral arrangements with her mother's caregivers, Donald and Jana Mallory.
I talked back and forth with Jana quite a few times, getting ready to go. I mean, we had to settle everything at the household first.
I think this is what you wanted. Sorry, I'm not sure. Peggy still liked to manage everything on her own,
Yeah, thanks. But what happened to her jewelry?
Her mother's precious ring is still on Janice's mind.
She wouldn't have lost it.
Yeah, well, that's true. She didn't lose it. Your mother gave it to me. And she was afraid that, you would get angry if you found out, so she told me to say that it was lost if you asked.
Janice puts the ring aside for now.
You know that pillow that she used to use? Where is it? I'd like to have it. I know it's silly and sentimental, but I want it.
Oh, no, that was really disgusting. I threw it away.
I took her Bible, her glasses, and I wanted that. Stupid things. I mean, nothing that was huge monetary value. And I was told she had thrown up on it and that she threw it away.
Okay, you know what? Why don't you go get me your car keys, okay?
Yeah, about that, your mother gave me the car.
No, she didn't give you the car. Just go get me the car keys, or I'm gonna call the cops.
I was being pushed around. Nothing felt like it was in order in my world. I just felt so chaotic. So I just let the cop handle it.
So?
As if that weren't enough, Janice needs to attend to her mother's last wishes.
Thank you so much.
My mom already decided that she wanted cremation. So we were going to cremate her and divide her ashes, just like we had my stepfather's. I'm going, okay, well, I need to go to the banks. I need to get funds for a funeral.
But when Janice tries to get money from Peggy's accounts,
There's no money in my mom's account?
she gets a shocking bit of news.
But how can this be happening? It doesn't make any sense. This is...
My heart hit the floor. I thought, oh my God, how could you go through that much money? You have not been anywhere to spend money. So how do you do that?
Are you kidding?
The bank manager then tells her that there had been some anomalies a few months before, but Peggy refused to do anything about it.
There's no way that this is my mother.
Could Shelley, Peggy's old caregiver, still have access to her mother's accounts?
I'm ranting. I'm raving. I mean, at this point I was distraught.
With one question after another weighing on her, Janice drives her mom's car home. When something in the back seat catches her eye.
In the car there is a massive amount of unopened mail. I mean, a stack. It was all her bills. They were all overdue. Past due, collection notices. So yeah, I start opening them, you know, because these are all unopened. So I'm opening one bill right after another. I was freaking out.
But Peggy was notoriously careful with money.
She was very frugal, very, very frugal, and very cautious about money.
Even the missing pillow starts to infuriate Janice.
I was told she had thrown up on it. Or drooled on it is what she said. She had drooled on it and she had thrown away. And I said, drooled? My mother doesn't drool. Even medicated. That's a sure sign of drugs, an overdose. But that really struck a hard chord for me.
Armed with these suspicions, Janice heads straight to the police.
My mom threw up, which she never does, okay? And she had this pillow and there was vomit all over and they throw it out, but my mother would have never thrown it out. It's gotta be pills, right? Look, she's about to be cremated tomorrow. Are you listening to me? I think we have to have an autopsy. What do you...
Her claims fall on deaf ears.
I was not sure that I was being heard. They think that I'm just some lunatic, you know, because of somebody who just can't deal with it.
With the funeral home about to cremate her mother's body, time is running out. Desperate, Janice calls the medical examiner.
We had a phone call from the daughters of the deceased, raising concerns that she felt that her mother might have been poisoned.
I believe that things are amiss. I really do. Look, there were 2 medications that she was on before she died. I just want to know if the levels were normal.
Specifically, the daughter mentioned 2 narcotic prescription medications. One was called oxycodone, and the other one was hydrocodone. And both of those drugs are of concern because they're highly abused, and they can also easily cause an overdose.
Hello?
Mrs. Roberts?
Yes?
This is the medical examiner's office. We're going to pick up your mother at the funeral home right away.
Thank you. I knew it.
I was shocked. I was like, oh wow, somebody listened. Oh my God, how, maybe I'm not as crazy as I thought I was.
The medical examiner can take jurisdiction over any death case if there are suspicious circumstances. So if somebody was intentionally over-medicated, the only way that they're going to be able to determine that is by actually conducting an autopsy.
The medical examiner also turns the case over to police detective Chuck Masucci.
When I spoke to the examiner, he said that there was more medication in her system than she had actually been taking. And when I spoke to her on the phone, she seemed completely out of it.
So once the medical examiner took jurisdiction over the case, he began his investigation.
Finally, Janice is being heard.
She was very emotional, torn between grief and anger.
And also, all her jewelry was missing. My mom never takes her jewelry off. And her bank accounts had been emptied completely. There was 0 money in her account, yet she's paid no bills in months.
At first, I think that even though the coroner had talked to him, I kind of think that he thought that I was one of those, I need somebody to blame type people.
Look, this is her credit card bill. I have her gas bill. I have her light bill. Nothing's been paid. I know this might sound crazy, but...
No. Doesn't sound crazy at all.
Thanks.
As Masucci reviews all of Janice's information, bank statements, credit card receipts, and prescriptions, the autopsy results come in. They're inconclusive, but raise some red flags.
There's no obvious signs of trauma occurring in Mrs. Merman.
But the medical examiner does find shockingly high levels of drugs in Peggy's system.
Some of them in excess of 10 times the normal concentration you would expect to see in someone's system.
The high levels of drugs in Peggy Merman's system made them believe that the death was unnatural.
To me, it was going to be one of 3 things. You know, Peggy was hoarding drugs and committed suicide, or that there had just been a lapse in care, or that she was murdered.
Police in Tampa, Florida are becoming convinced that Peggy Merman did not die from natural causes. They speak to everyone who's had close dealings with Peggy in the last few months, but they keep one detail to themselves.
I did not confirm to them that an autopsy had been done and that we did have some suggestion, some science as to we were looking at a homicide, and I held that back.
I actually think that that was a critical law enforcement strategy.
One of the people the police question is her dismissed caregiver, Shelley Parker.
If you go into an interview answering questions, not having all the information that the police have, of course they're waiting for you to trip up.
Shelley wasn't forthright during her interview. She had no love lost for Mrs. Merman or for Mrs. Merman's daughter, Janice Roberts. She had been terminated from her employment. She left under a cloud of suspicion.
Shelley was really trying to attempt to vindicate herself during my interview with her.
Shelley suggests that Peggy hoarded her pills, which raises the specter of suicide.
There were no prescription bottles that were found at the scene. There was no suicide note.
From what Detective Masucci can tell, suicide is unlikely.
She wasn't very mobile. She couldn't get up by herself. She doesn't really have the access to the medications. Those are kept in a separate room.
And the sheer amount of drugs in her body makes an accidental overdose unlikely.
The fluoxetine was a full gram in her body, which is 100 times, which is 100 or more pills. That doesn't happen accidentally.
With pills being the clear cause of death, and both suicide and accidental overdose ruled out, only one option remains.
We're looking at everything around this death. There was no autopsy, since she was cremated right away at the family's request.
And police soon learn only one person had access to the deadly mix of medications.
Well, I will do anything I can to help.
He specifically misinformed her and said that an autopsy had not been done.
So, let me ask you about Mrs. Merman's primary care. Who was the primary caregiver? How did that work?
Well, I pretty much waited on her hand and foot. I loved her. I even used a monitor to hear if she was okay. A baby monitor.
By holding all that information, we gave her enough rope to hang herself, and that's what she did.
And at the time, she felt comfortable and even confident, I believe, because she knew that the victim, Mrs. Merman, had already been cremated. I think knowing that fact, that there would never be any evidence that could prove that Mrs. Merman was over-medicated, she felt confident in portraying herself as this loving, trustworthy caregiver.
I gave her her meds, fed her, nobody else.
She eliminated everybody else as being potentially involved in the ingestion of these drugs.
Because she was still talking about, I took care of the medication.
Very good.
I did this, I did that. I did everything. Everybody else is going, no, 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 not me, not me. Donald was in the other room. He's in there going, no, I never did anything. I did not give Peggy medicine. She hung herself by blowing her own horn.
My view of Jana is that she's a manipulative person who thinks she's smarter than other people. She's the type of person that continued to talk to me because she was going to convince me how sweet she was.
When police dig a little deeper, they learn Jana is far from the sweet girl who Donald Mallory fell in love with.
A review of Jana's criminal background shows prior arrests for prostitution and drugs and theft.
She has several aliases. Wow, a string of aliases. I was shocked. I was shocked. I mean, here I'm thinking that she's this little sweet girl next door, American Pie. And I find out that all this is going on, and I'm going, holy cow.
It'll be fun.
And Peggy's ring finally turns up.
We heard from Tampa police that the jewelry was found in a local pawn shop.
Brought there by Jana herself.
I was, oh my God. All I could think of was, they took it off of her body. How could you do that?
The prosecutor and police develop a theory about how Peggy was poisoned.
The only way that would make any sense is if these pills were being crushed or the capsules were being emptied into a nutritional shake or into her food to get them into her system.
You would have to really dissolve it and put it with something that's a little bit sugary and has better taste.
Thank you. This tastes awful chalky. Is it one of those no-name brands?
No, honey. Same as ever. Drink up.
I guess it's because I'm so sick.
The medication would have caused convulsions, vomiting. They could have backed it off at any time by calling EMS. And they didn't.
Armed with the toxicology report, the bank statements, the ring theft, and her self-incriminating interviews, the prosecution puts Jana on trial for the murder of Peggy Merman.
She still tried to present herself in the light of that she was a good and caring caregiver, that she did not do anything that caused the victim's death.
The jury doesn't buy it. On April 10th, 2013, Jana Mallory is sentenced to 30 years in prison for murder in the second degree. Jana's husband, Don, is investigated but faces no charges, but he certainly pays a price.
Now he ain't got nothing. Lost his house, car, everything, both everything.
And if it weren't for the gut instincts and will of Peggy's daughter, Janice, Jana would still be a free woman.
Janice Roberts was a very good investigator on this case. Without her diligence, there would be no evidence and no case against Jana Mallory.
And while the case is closed, it's not over for Janice.
You can grieve all you want. It doesn't mean it's going to stop hurting. When they found her guilty, I didn't cheer. All I could do was cry, both for my mother, and I cried for Jana. You know, I've often thought that I wanted to know why and understand it. But what kind of a person does it take to understand that thinking, that cruelty? But I'll never understand. I don't ever want to understand.